Production by Lianggu, the complete biography of White Snake, author, the owner of Menghua Hall. The former White Snake. Chapter 1, The Wizard's Land. There is Mount Amei in Sichuan. Although it is not ranked with the 5 sacred mountains, it is still one of the famous mountains in the world. There are countless people who have practiced immortality and Taoism here in ancient times. I won't say anything today. It is said that there is a small cave in the mountain. There is a white snake in the cave. It has been practiced for hundreds of years. It has absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and has been able to transform into a human form. That night, the moonlight was very bright and cloudless. White Snake leaned out, and a ray of light shone in front of his eyes. There is a bright red relic in it, which is the inner elixir formed by the spirit of the character. Turning around and looking up, I saw an old monk sitting halfway up the mountain. I know him as a toad spirit who has achieved enlightenment. He has been in this mountain for many years. His behavior is usually quite unrighteous, so he looks down on him very much. Coincidentally, under the moonlight tonight, he spit out an inner elixir from his mouth. This was the first time he saw it, and he was secretly envious, unconsciously becoming greedy. The wonderful thing is that this relic, from bottom to top, is directly in front of you, less than 10 feet away, and then you stand up and take a breath of luck. He swallowed the relic and hurriedly retreated into the cave, not caring about the life or death of the monk below. Fortunately, this monk's meritorious deeds are very profound. Even though he lost his inner elixir and destroyed his Taoist fruit for 500 years, he can still practice cultivation again. After he took off his mortal body, we will not say whether he wants to take revenge. It is still said that after the white snake swallowed the inner elixir, his merits increased by 500 years. He transformed into a stunning woman, named Suzhen, and often went out for leisurely walks. That day I was collecting kiweo grass in the mountains. When I walked deep into the white clouds, I saw a Taoist nun with an ancient appearance. I knew she was a fairy. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked for the Dharma's name. The Taoist nun saw that although he was an alien, he had never harmed anyone and was an elf who followed the Taoism, so she said, "I am Fairy Rueji, a disciple of Our Lady of Jinsi in Shichi." Suzhen hurriedly knelt down and begged to be included. Fairy Rueji cared for him with sincerity. He accepted him as his disciple and gave him the name Liuji. At that time, he was taken to Shichi and assigned to clean fallen leaves in the peach orchard. Just because the great sage Qitian stole the flat peaches in the past, anyone who served in the peach garden had to have both magical powers, so his master taught him the 9-9 mysterious technique. And various spells such as catching monsters, subduing demons, and moving mountains and seas. Although he likes it in his heart, there is one thing that he is not satisfied with. After practicing here for more than 200 years, he has never seen the Golden Mother. It is a pity that he cannot be listed in the immortal book and be ranked among the immortals. Because Master went to Guanghan Palace that day, he still took the fly whisk and came to the garden to clean it. I won't tell you more. Now let's talk about Our Lady of Golden Mercy in Shichi Paradise. Because Master Tsihang of Nanhai invited Golden Mother to go to the Bon Festival, and because of an appointment with Mother Lishan, she wanted to visit the 3 mountains on the sea. So Jinmu went to Lishan first, and went to the Shenghui with her old mother. They visited 10 continents and 3 islands, went to Yaoqi together and watched the scenery of Taoyuan. The immortals welcomed him inside. The Golden Mother then summoned Fairy Rueji, who was in charge of the Peach Garden, and the immortals reported, Fairy Rueji went to the Guanghan Palace for an appointment and has not returned yet. Only the leaf-sweeping girl has the power to hold this position. Should I ask him to serve the Holy Master? Jin's mother smiled slightly, with a hint of sullenness, and deeply blamed Rueji for leaving her post without permission. Thanks to her mother's persuasion, Jin's mother got up and accompanied her to the Taoyuan. They saw the beautiful scenery in the garden. It's really rare in the world. At this time, the flat peaches on top were not yet ripe, and each one gave off a bright red light. While the 2 were playing and talking, Suzhen hurriedly came to pick them up. Kneeling down on his knees, he signed up and said, Suzhen, the maidservant of Fairy Rueji in Taoyuan, welcomes the 2 gentlemen. Mother Jin asked, Are you Suzhen? Raise your head. Suzhen said, Your mercy, how dare I raise my head? Mother Jin said, I forgive you. Suzhen listened. I felt so happy and thought to myself, I have never seen his golden face since I came here. I am lucky enough to come and greet him today. It doesn't live up to my usual piety. Thinking like this in my heart, I raised my head early. The Golden Mother's eyes were filled with divine light. She saw that Suzhen still had a fate in the world, so she said, We can hand over Rueji to the immortal ministry for discussion and demote Suzhen to the mortal world. Lishan's old mother said sincerely, although Suzhen was born in a humble family. It's a pity that he has been cultivating for thousands of years and has devoted himself to the Tao. He has never harmed any living being. I would like to be extra kind and show him the root cause so that he can come down from this mortal world. If you can remain steadfast and unchanging, you can return to the immortal island in the future and achieve righteousness. Golden Mother said, It's just that he belongs to a different species and cannot be included in the immortal class. Lao Lishan's mother defended him again. The old fairy in Shangba Cave is also non-human. The 2 fairy boys of Helu and Helu in the Antarctic class are also of a different kind. How can you say you can't be ranked in the immortal class? After saying this, Jinmu just nodded and ordered, My old mother and I went to Shangyuan Danxia Palace to get rid of Suzhen. The old mother immediately asked Suzhen to express her gratitude to Xingxi and then go to Danxia to wait for the order. Suzhen came over to thank her, and then thanked her mother. With a mix of joy and sorrow in her heart, and hesitation, they arrived at Danxia Ke together. The 2 mothers sat down separately. All the immortal lovers came to greet the Holy Father and stood in groups, but Suzhen knelt beside them. Just wait and see. After a while, the Golden Mother spoke, called him forward, and asked, Now that you are in the fairyland, do you know your true face? Suzhen said, "My servant is ignorant, and you still ask for guidance from the Holy Mercy." The Golden Mother said, "Today's victory is your blessing. As long as you worship with sincerity, you will be blessed in the future." If we talk about the date of your birth, please listen. When you were in the reign of Emperor Guangwu of the Han Dynasty, it was the year of Xinci. The 12th day of the second lunar month fell on the Xinci day, and you came into the world at noon. Just because the white dragon in the East China Sea was ordered to make rain, dragon nature is the most obscene. Suddenly I felt it, and if we talk about the date of your birth, please listen. When you were in the reign of Emperor Guangwu of the Han Dynasty, it was the year of Xinci. The 12th day of the second lunar month fell on the Xinci day, and you came into the world at noon. Just because the white dragon in the East China Sea was ordered to make rain, dragon nature is the most obscene. Suddenly I felt it, and a few dragon essence fell. It was dripping in front of Mount Amei. It was nourished by the essence of the sun, the moon, and the rain and dew, and turned into a long snake. The shape of the snake belongs to the 5 elements. According to the stems and branches, the universe is a universe. Its energy, it was dripping in front of Mount Amei. It was nourished by the essence of the sun, the moon, and the rain and dew, and turned into a long snake. The shape of the snake belongs to the 5 elements. According to the stems and branches, the universe is a universe. Its energy belongs to gold, so its body is pure white. Xian belongs to yin, so it is a female body. Although the body is that of a snake, because it is the body of a dragon, it has not shed its dragon shape. Fortunately, you have been cultivating for thousands of years and have not strayed from the right path, so you have this opportunity. But if your merits are not enough, how can you be listed in the immortal register? After listening to the instructions, Suzhen felt frightened. Fortunately, you have been cultivating for thousands of years and have not strayed from the right path, so you have this opportunity. But if your merits are not enough, how can you be listed in the immortal register? After listening to the instructions, Suzhen felt frightened. Her face flushed with peach blossoms, and she lost her voice. Ah! In this way, the servant girl has transformed into a snake body. No wonder Master gave him 6 numbers back then. It turned out to be interesting. It has always been like a dream, until today I woke up. I also hope that the Holy Mercy will take mercy on me and save me from this body. I am extremely grateful. Golden Mother said, "You are so delusional. I don't want to have lingering karma, unrequited kindness, or destined marriage. How can we go against God's will?" Suzhen said, "My servant, if you think about it carefully, the word gratitude and resentment has never been in your heart." Golden Mother said, "I think you have forgotten it. You used to be in the mortal world, and if you reveal your true form, you will inevitably die under the knife and axe. Fortunately, I met a kind man and felt compassion for him. I am willing to pay 2,000 won to buy a free life, so that I can get where I am today. How can I dream of becoming an immortal before I can repay my life-saving grace?" When Suzhen heard what the Golden Mother said, she asked, "Is your benefactor still in the world now?" Golden Mother said, "Your benefactor has always been good. I have already gone through 20 reincarnations. Now we can see each other as soon as we arrive at the West Lake. Just wait until the Qingming festival in the mortal world. When you look at Feilai Fengshe, you see this person among thousands of people. If you count him the longest, he will be your life-saving benefactor. After repaying the favor, success will be fulfilled. Only then can you escape your shell and become an immortal. These few sentences contained a riddle that Suzhen couldn't understand for a while, but she didn't dare to say too much profanity and offend her face, so she had no choice but to obey her orders. She thought to herself that even if she traveled to the ends of the world, she would be willing to fight for this tiny body, looking for a benefactor, to achieve results. Mother Jean knew that he had a conscience and wanted to promote him. He was given a cup of fine nectar, and took out a brocade bag, and ordered him to store it in a good life, and to read it slowly after he descended to earth. There were also 4 verses instructing him, when it comes to darkness, it will be bright, when it comes to green, it will be there, when it sees the sea, it will be bright. Shocked, you must remember it closely. Pay close attention to the details and it will come true. Suzhen asked, the little demon has come down to earth to look for his benefactor. Is there any injustice done to him? Golden Mother said, there is no need to ask about the injustice. Someone will come to find you. As long as you bear it patiently, you can get rid of it. You should pay attention only to the passing of accounts. When they were discussing the basics, the fairy next to them presented them with wine. He also ordered another cup to be taken and given to Suzhen to drink, so that the egg could be broken through and the poisonous gas could be eliminated, so that he could get close to ordinary people and give birth to the number 1 scholar. Mother Lishan called Suzhen to thank the Holy Father and asked him not to forget the verses. Suzhen immediately knelt down on her knees, took the wine and drank it. The fragrance is astounding to the nose, the internal organs are cool, and the spirit is doubled. The Golden Mother replied, you are transformed by the essence of the white dragon. You have left the mortal world and taken Bai as your surname. However, you must not be raped at will or harm any living being. You can only return to work after the grievances are sorted out in the future. If you have any different intentions, God will punish you. How can you escape? Suzhen said, I would like to obey my orders. If the little demon loses his life, he will fall into hell forever and never be reincarnated. Golden Mother nodded and said, if that's the case, that's fine. You can go down the mountain quickly. Suzhen kowtowed, thanked Jinmu, stood up and left. Not to mention that the 2 Madonnas are still visiting the garden. Shan said that Bai Suzhen left Don Xiake, returned to the place where she practiced, picked up a few things for use, and couldn't wait for the master to return to the mountain to say goodbye, and hurried out. Walking to the front of the mountain, I was about to ride on the clouds and leave. Suddenly I felt an abnormal pain in my abdomen, and felt sad in my chest, thinking I was going to vomit. He hurriedly ran into the woods and spit out a lot of black water, knowing that it was thousands of years of poisonous gas driven out by the fine wine. But if you leave poison here, don't you want to harm all living beings and violate the Sunnah? Then he untied a gourd from his body. Collect that poisonous water together, it will be useful in the future. I think of the Golden Mother's instructions again, but I don't know where heaven is now. How can I go to find my benefactor? I was very hesitant in my heart and could only silently pray to the Golden Mother. Suddenly I heard a woodcutter singing at the foot of the mountain, "There is a clear and bright realm of heaven above. Below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou Jinqiu City. If you want to find a way to get married in life, you can become a fairy in the southern soil and the western pond." Suzhan had already awakened in her heart after listening to this song. She wrote down the 2 words Su and Hang. She immediately rode on the clouds and headed south. In an instant, she had already traveled thousands of miles. Passing by Zhenjiang, she met the black fish spirit, who called himself the King of Black Wind. He treated them very well, and they became brother and sister and gave him a dowry. After the separation, they went to Wulin, which is another name for Hangzhou, and conquered the green snake spirit at the mouth of the Qiantang River. The green snake spirit also had 700 years of Taoism and transformed into a woman. She made him her servant and named her Shaoqing. You want to know if you will meet the destined person when you arrive in Hangzhou and repay the kindness of saving your life in the past. Let's see how it will be explained next time. The second time to visit the lake. It is said that when Bai Suzhan arrived in Hangzhou, she took Shaoqing as her companion, just like a master and a maid. I found out that the day after tomorrow is the Qingming festival. They hide in secluded and quiet places. Until this day, we came to the West Lake Pond, and sure enough, the spring scenery was boundless. The 10 sceneries of the West Lake are all in front of you. Although they are not as good as the fairyland of West Lake, which is beyond the ordinary world, but between the 6 bridges and 3 bamboos, you can see the green water, green mountains, pink willows, towers, pavilions and pavilions. Covering the clear stream, it really deserves to be called paradise. I'm glad that the weather is calm today, and there are more tourists coming and going, men and women, handsome and pretty. Some are in groups, some are enjoying themselves, some are visiting to pay homage to ancient times, and some are here to hunt and hunt. Gorgeous. It is impossible to describe the many interests of tourists. At this time, Suzhan and Shaoqing also followed the crowd. It was extremely lively, but it shocked a group of onlookers. You think about it, Bai's appearance is really like that of a heavenly being transformed into a human being. The 4 words, closed moon and shy flowers, are not enough to describe his beauty. Even Shaoqing is very charming and cute. Looking at his clothes, it is obvious that he is a master and a maid. This attracted the local group of dissolute young people and romantic children to crowd over one after another, all of them salivating and praising her. Some are very critical. They said unpleasant things. They also whispered to each other about whose family members they were visiting. Therefore, more and more people gathered to watch, following their master and maidservant, all the way to Feilai Peak. Bai Nyang pretended not to be able to walk, so she picked a large smooth stone and held the silk handkerchief in her hand. After brushing it a few times, he sat down side by side with Shaoqing. The onlookers still refused to disperse and formed a circle. Bai Nyang didn't care. She accidentally glanced up and saw a handsome young man standing on the rock. She was moved in her heart and thought to herself, "When I came down the mountain that day, the Golden Mother told me to go to Linen." On the afternoon of Qingming festival, by the Feifeng rock in the lake pond, the tallest person in the crowd is your benefactor. I've been waiting here for a long time. This man was truly above everyone else, as if he stood out from the crowd. He had an unconventional attitude and was clearly his savior. Then he turned around and asked Xiaoqing, "Did you know that the person you are destined for is right now?" Xiaoqing asked where she was, and the Empress gave her a look. Xiaoqing had already understood. She helped the Empress get up with her hand, but the Empress secretly wrote the word "me" on Xiaoqing's left hand, and whispered into his ear. "A few words." Xiaoqing nodded. Then he asked everyone to give way. As he spoke, his pretty eyes were only looking at the beautiful boy on the peak stone. It didn't matter, everyone followed his gaze and looked up. They all said that this young man must be in love with him. At that time, everyone said something to you and I said something. The young man on the peak stone turned red and felt shameless. He hurriedly got down from the top and ran forward. To know whether this shy and avoidant young man is a lifesaver or not, the book cannot help but reveal it in detail. This person's surname is Su Mingxian, and his courtesy name is Chinese. His ancestral home is Qiantang County, Zhejiang Province. The father's name was Ren Yuan. He opened a medicine business in Japan and gave birth to a son and a daughter. When he was young, his parents unfortunately died of illness one after another, and the family business was in decline. Fortunately, his sister was already married, and his brother-in-law Chen Biao raised him. He is already 17 years old this year. Now, as a layman, Wang Yuan still learns his own business. He only gets a few taels of silver every year to repair gold, which is just for replenishing his clothes, shoes and socks. Today is the Qingming festival, and every family has to visit the graves to pay respects. Because he is a single descendant of the same lineage, he also has to go to the graves. The next day I went to my sister's house. I prepared sacrificial paper ingots in advance and took the waiter with me to visit the tomb in Gushan, West Lake. After the worship was completed and Huang Qian was burned, he sent the waiter to pick up things and go back first. But he stopped by the West Lake Pond to enjoy the spring scenery and enjoy himself alone. Seeing that there were many people going to Feilai Peak to play, he followed them on foot, past the Jifengling Ridge of Mineo Temple, and visited the Yuewang tomb for a while before arriving at Feilai Peak. I saw many people surrounding the circle and I didn't know what they were looking at because I couldn't get in from the front. There was a sharp peak rock at the foot of Mount Chueshi, so he climbed up it and grabbed the kudzu vine with one hand before he could stand firm. When I looked into the crowd, I saw two stunningly beautiful women sitting on the rocks. They could be described as extremely charming. Su Xian was also stunned. At this moment, I saw them standing up, and the pair of pretty eyes that looked like a servant girl were looking at me. I also saw everyone there gesticulating, gossiping, talking about whether they were good or bad, and my ears were red with embarrassment. He hurriedly got down from the peak stone and ran towards the lake. I've calculated this section. Still saying that the master's maid also walked out of the crowd and followed Su Xian, followed by many onlookers, still reluctant to leave. At this time, Shaoqing suddenly took a step forward and passed Su Xian. The empress called from behind, "Qing'er, come on." Shaoqing agreed and turned around. He was face to face with Su Xian, leaning close to his side, turning his body to one side, as if he was about to fall. Su Xian couldn't see it, so he supported him with his hands and said, "Look carefully." Shaoqing patted Su Xian's chest with her left hand, then walked to the empress and whispered a few words. Who knows that Shaoqing's shot will? The word mystery struck into my heart. From then on, although Su Xianguan was smart, he was also a bit dull, otherwise, he would have been suspicious after all. Let's not talk about it. Only that many people behind him saw this shape, he laughed heartily. His face turned red with laughter, and he lowered his head and just looked forward. Not good. It's a shame that these people come and go at will, so how can we have a detailed conversation with them? It's better for me to disperse the crowd and then preach. After making up my mind, I chanted the mantra. Suddenly a dark cloud flew up from the northwest corner, covering the sun. In an instant, the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and it was raining heavily. This time, everyone ran away. I felt sorry for the women, and they were even more resentful. Some were calling for boats, some were riding in sedan chairs, and some were hiding in tea houses and hotels. Su Xianguan became more and more anxious. Unfortunately, he had new clothes and shoes and could not find a hiding place for a while. Seeing a big willow tree over there, I hurried over to take shelter and saw that I was covered in water and felt really painful. When the Empress saw that he was hiding, she used her magical powers again, raised her hand and pointed at the tree, causing a gust of wind to shake the tree, and rain poured down from above. Su Xian is still standing there. Quickly walked to the lake. Coincidentally, a small boat emerged from the reeds. The person on the boat was an old man, so he shouted to the boatman to come over quickly. When the boatman saw that it was a gentleman, he asked, "Where do you want the boat to go?" Su Xian said, "To Qiantang Gate." "How much do you want for the boat?" The boatman said, "In rainy weather, it will cost at least $100. Su Xian counteroffered, increasing the offer from 50 to 100 coins, and no other passengers were allowed. The boatman finally agreed. Su Xian got on the boat, entered the cabin and sat down. The boatman was waiting to punt off the shore when he heard something from the shore. She shouted in a sweet voice, "Boatman, are you willing to support us? Give you more shipping money." The boatman replied, "Someone called for a ride but refused to take me." Then I heard the shore pleading, "It's a pity that we women are having a hard time." I hope you can do something good to support us. Su Xian could hear every word in the cabin. He looked out from the ship window. Fortunately, the two beauties met at Falai Peak, and they suddenly felt compassion. He called out, "The boatman can support him." The boatman said, "As long as my husband agrees, he will not deduct my boat money." Then he said to the shore, "Although the boat can be supported, my husband is going to Qiantang Gate. I wonder if it's inconvenient for you?" The Empress said, "As long as you agree, there will be no inconvenience." Then he said, "There are relatives who can live in Qiantang Gate." When Shaoqing helped the queen get on the boat, Su Xian saw that they looked like officials and let them sit down in the middle cabin. However, he adhered to the ancient rule that men and women should not be intimate, so he sat outside the cabin awning, his face flushed, and he did not even dare to turn his head. The Empress saw that he was young and honest and refused to enter the cabin. How could she talk to him? So I secretly made a gust of wind and blew it into the cabin. Su Xianlian said, "No." The raindrops came. The two maids hurriedly called Su Xian to come in, but Su Xian still refused. The Empress said, "If your husband doesn't come in, we will have to go ashore." Su Xian had no choice but to enter the cabin reluctantly because of what he said, and sat down at the door of the cabin with his face still facing outward. The Empress secretly praised him for his youthful maturity. When Su Xian asked him his name, place of origin, and where he lived, Su Xian told him the truth. The Empress asked him again what his business was, but he said he was running a small business and opened a medicine shop. This sentence was obviously a lie, and she smiled at him unconsciously. At this time Su Xian also asked, "Miss, what's your surname? Where is your residence?" Shaoqing answered from the side, "My young lady's surname is Bai, she is not a local here. She was originally from Sichuan, and the late master lived in the town of Chuzhou. He only died in the battle because he was ordered to conquer foreign countries. The wife suffered such a tragic loss, and she also died in the battle. Returning to the underworld. The lady wants to go to the funeral, but she is helpless and difficult to cope with. Therefore, I am staying here, waiting for the letter from home, and then I will leave." Su Xian felt miserable after hearing these words. While they were talking, the boatman shouted, "Move over to the front boat, the guests in the boat are going ashore." This shout alarmed the Empress. Knowing that Qiantang Gate has arrived, why can't I follow him ashore? Immediately he recited the mantra silently, and another gust of wind blew up, causing his boat to spin around and go straight to the center of the lake. The boatman was so frightened that he held the rudder with both hands. He closed his eyes and only said, "Save suffering and save suffering, Guanyin Bodhisattva." When Feng Ding stopped the boat, he opened his eyes and said, "Scared to death, scared to death." Suddenly he called it strange. He wiped his eyes and took a look. He was surprised and said, "Why didn't you arrive at Qingba Gate in a short while?" Su Xian continued, "In that case, you shake me back." The boatman was still willing to rock the boat, saying, "My old life is very important. If I want to live a few more years, I will definitely not shake it." Xiao Qing said, "This gust of wind is just to our advantage." "It's just that," Mr. Su said. "Does your master live here?" Xiao Qing said, "Yes. It's only a few steps away from the shore." Since the boatman refused to rock the boat anymore, he invited my husband to come to my house to sit for a while, have a cup of crude tea, borrow an umbrella, and then return home soon. Su Xiandao, why did you disturb the lady's house? The Empress also said, "Thank you for your kindness today and allow me to go on the same boat." It is also a destiny destined for 3 lives. Why should we be so reserved? Xiao Qing said from the side again, "Miss is happy and honest. Treat her as one of her own. Please don't be polite, husband." Su Xian felt sorry for the 2 masters and maidservants, so he said, "I will go ashore here too. It's just good luck to be a boatman." He took out the money at his side. There was only 100 coins in total. He felt a little embarrassed to start a string of strings. He said, "There are 20 coins in it, which is the lady's drink money." The boatman extended his hand and took it without caring. The lady turned to him and thanked him for spending the money. He asked Su Xian to go ashore first, and Xiao Qing also helped the Empress to go ashore. The Empress ordered Xiao Qing to reward the boatman with 2 ingots of wine money. Xiao Qing performed the operation quickly and took out 2 ingots of silver and handed them to the boatman, saying that the lady rewarded you for buying wine and food. The boatman took the silver in his hand, thanked him profusely, and set off on his own. Halfway through the journey, I took out the silver and saw that it had changed color. It turned out to be 2 snails. He said it was bad luck and threw it into the lake. No need to detail. Besides, Su Xian and his 2 maidservants turned around the Qingba gate, and after walking a few dozen steps, they saw a tall walled gate. The 2 masters and maids stood firm and said, "This is it." Su Xian looked up and saw that he was indeed very majestic. On the 8-character door wall, there was a plaque with the words, "Third in the main town." It was really a high-ranking official's family. Xiao Qing stepped forward and raised her hand to knock on the door knocker, and heard someone inside reply, "Here, I think the lady is back." Xiao Qing replied, "Exactly." The door opened with a bang. To know who opened the door and how the marriage happened, let's look at the explanation in the next chapter. The 3rd time we say kiss. But Xiao Qing came forward and knocked on the door, and someone inside agreed, clearly speaking in an old man's tone. "Leave the door open." The Empress greeted Su Xian to come in. Su Xian walked into the 2nd door and saw Xiao Qing closing the door, but did not see the old family member. He was very confused. Did he go to the concierge next door? Or should he go in first? In fact, the man was not a human. They are the 5 ghosts given by King Black Wind, who serve them everywhere and do whatever they want. Why hide even after opening the door? Just because his face was ugly and he was afraid of being confused by the immortal officials, he stayed away. At that moment, the Empress went in first. Xiaoqing asked Su Xian to sit down in the study and said, "I'm going to get some tea." Then he turned back inside. He went upstairs to see the Empress and asked, "A destined man is in the study. Why did you send him away?" The Empress then asked Xiaoqing to help her and went to propose marriage. Xiaoqing thought, "You are greedy for happiness, but it is of no benefit to me. It is too uneconomical for me." He shook his head repeatedly and said, "I am a maid, how can I be a matchmaker? It is better for the Empress to go there in person." After hearing this, the Empress knew that he was up to trouble, so she pretended to say, "If you can arrange the marriage, I will marry you in the future. Husband and wife should share 37 equally, okay?" Xiaoqing heard that she had a share. "Although the Empress is the main one and I am the side wife, that's fine." He changed his tone and said, "Well, wait until the maid comes to the study to tell you." After that, he turned around and went downstairs. Suddenly he secretly cried out, "Hold on. If I don't have some fine tea at the moment, how can I go into the study to see him? Wait until I absorb it, and then I'll make a fuss." Having made up my mind, I took up the cloud light and looked around the city from a distance. I saw a large family. There was a little book boy holding a square plate with 4 snacks on it. A bowl of good tea was given to the owner. Food. Xiaoqing disappeared, took his plate and left. Regardless of the child's frightened cry, he hurried back on the clouds. Let's wait for now. First, Su Xian was sitting alone in the study, feeling very puzzled. After waiting for a long time, Xiaoqing still didn't come out, which made me feel bored. He stood up and looked at the paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall. He waited again and saw that it was getting late. "It's too much of an inconvenience, so we might as well go without saying goodbye. Besides, the weather has cleared up, so there's no need to ask him for rain gear." After making up my mind, I still remembered that the door was over here, so I came to have a look, but it was not there. Looking around, he saw walls everywhere, and he secretly said to himself, "Where did I come in just now? Is the door in the heart of the court?" He walked outside and stood at the bottom of the steps to take a look. Not only was the door missing, but he saw several piles of dead bones by the wall. This was a serious scare. Could it be that I accidentally entered the ecstasy array and met the flower monster and the tree monster? Su Xian was worried when Xiaoqing patted his shoulder with a hand from behind and whispered, "Master, please have some tea." Su Xian asked in surprise, "Sister Qing, where did you come in from?" Xiaoqing used he pointed with his hand and said, "I came in through this door." Su Xiandao said, "I just looked everywhere for the door. It's simply not possible. How come there is a door at this moment? It's really strange." Xiaoqing said, "I'm afraid my husband is dazzled and has made a mistake. There is a reason why a house should not open its door." Su Xiandao, "This is considered dazzling to me. I wonder what's the reason for those piles of skulls and bones beside the wall?" Xiaoqing was told by him. Knowing that you have made indiscretions is like a storyteller who has a loophole that must be repaired. He hurriedly pointed at the 2 piles of dead bones and said to Su Xian, "My husband asked me, are these 2 piles? This is a rockery made of rocks from Taihu Lake." Su Xian took a closer look and found that it was indeed a rockery. Unconsciously he laughed and said, "Haha. I was so dazzled that I saw it wrong." Seeing that the matter had been covered up, Shaoqing invited Su Xian to sit down and have some tea. Su Xian was feeling hungry because he had only eaten 2 bowls of fried rice since he got up early this morning, and he had been out visiting graves in the spring. "Haven't eaten anything else. By this time, I was really hungry, so I quickly sat down, took a sip of tea, and ate several cakes and snacks on the plate. It tastes sweet and delicious." He was secretly amused. "I ate for nothing today. If I just stop and leave, it will be over." Suddenly I heard Shaoqing say from the side, "I have a saying, I am sincere to you, and I will always ask you to agree to it." Su Xian was not happy when he heard this. "You dare to ask me to borrow money? But I will be a little boy. He is also a poor man, how can I answer him?" Then he thought, "But it doesn't matter what he says. I agree with all of them." He stopped here and went to look for it. Then he asked, "I don't know what Sister Qing's instructions are, but I would like to ask for advice." Shaoqing said, "To be honest with you, it's just because my husband and wife have passed away long ago. Now I am living with a guest, with no one to take care of me at home, and I am all alone. It's really pitiful. If you say my young lady, she is not a daughter. If you hook up with the right person, that uncle will die." At this point, Su Xian interjected, "According to what you said, the young lady is a little girl?" Shaoqing nodded and said, "My young lady blames herself for her misery and vows never to remarry. Willing to stay chaste until old age. Nowadays, because there is really no one to take care of the housework, I have repeatedly tried to persuade her. Although the young lady has changed her mind, she is unwilling to marry an official." He knew very well that those officials who were in the imperial court were like accompanying a wolf and a tiger. If they were transferred to foreign posts, they would have to travel thousands of miles. Not to mention others, just like my father who died in the battlefield and ended up with the land in front of him. It is better to marry a commoner. Even if he sleeps until the sun is high, it will be fine." Su Xian added, "So, who will the young lady marry?" Shaoqing said, "As long as there are people who do business like my husband." "So I have taken a fancy to you in the boat today. I have ordered my girl to fight, and I am willing to trust you for the rest of my life. Please don't turn it down. My girl's face is also shining." When Su Xian heard this, he felt that getting married was necessary, but he knew that a poor man could not afford a marriage. Even getting engaged was difficult. "I'm afraid it won't cost hundreds of taels of silver, so it's better to refuse." He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "You can't move this. The lady is a daughter of an eunuch, and I am a humble and poor man. How can I get up there? Please give me a kind reply." Shaoqing saw that he refused, it was just for the sake of it's easy to deal with the lack of money. As long as he doesn't spend any money, he can always agree. He said, "My young lady has made up her mind and cannot change it. Besides, the man is talented and the woman is beautiful, and the 6 etiquettes are complete. It can be said that she has a baby and a husband. She has everything. As long as you agree to it, it won't cost you half a penny, and tonight will be fine. Get married." These words. Su Xian was very interested to hear that this kind of cheap thing is rare and it would be a pity to miss it. So he replied without any decisiveness, "Thank you for your good intentions. But my family is poor, and I feel ashamed when I ask myself. Let's discuss it slowly and then make some rationale." He said this. But he nodded a few times. Seeing him nodding, Shaoqing knew that he had agreed, so he said, "Sir, please sit down and wait until I reply to the lady." After saying that, he turned back and went inside to report to the Empress, and immediately took care of everything. The Empress dispatched 5 ghosts to carry it separately, and asked Shaoqing to take charge of the dispatch. All the items used during the wedding were brought in one by one, and finally they were barely complete. There were only musicians, drummers, etc. The 5 ghosts could not change, but they went to the lonely grave in the wilderness and summoned dozens of ghosts. Among them, 7 or 8 who could play and sing were selected to serve as music for the ceremony. The rest worked as maids and servants. The hall was swept, lanterns were decorated, 3 animals were worshipped, and the floor was paved with red carpet. They were busy until after dusk. When Shaoqing saw that everything was in order and everything was complete, he ordered the music to start playing. At this time, Su Xian was sitting in the study, faintly hearing the sound of music and singing. She was surprised and asked, "Are they really married?" After waiting for a while, Shaoqing took the lamp in one hand and the tray in the other, walked into the study, said, "Congratulations, sir," and put the lamp on the table. He took out the big red, and green square turban soap boots from the plate and said again, "Please my husband, please change into auspicious clothes. Go to the hall and worship heaven and earth." Su Xian hurriedly said, "Sister Qing, did you choose a good day to get married tonight? I'm afraid it's too late." Shaoqing said, "Miss, it is better to choose the day than to hit it. Besides, today is a good day. All the things for use are already available at home, so there is no need to worry about them." After hearing this, the immortal official thought for a while. It shows that big families are really different from others. If we were to have equal marriages for small families, I'm afraid it wouldn't take even a year and a half to complete. Before he could finish thinking, he saw 2 more family members, both of whom were married. He was wearing a straight hat and wearing black boots. He walked in and called out, "My uncle, please kowtow. Congratulations to my uncle. Invite my uncle to come to the hall and bow." Shaoqing asked them to wait outside, and then changed Su Xian's clothes. He dressed up like a young master and had a graceful attitude. Hearing the music playing outside and reaching the 3 links, he guided Su Xian out slowly. When he was about to arrive in front of the hall, only hear the loud music. My ears were filled with joy. I saw lights hanging high in the hall and red candles shining brightly. Paper horses of heaven and earth were placed on the table, and colorful velvet carpets were spread on the ground. The furnishings are very splendid. While I was watching, music and songs were playing over and over again, and people were singing praises, but these musicians were nowhere to be seen. Su Xian asked, "Where are these musicians?" Shao Qing replied, "They are all in the wing. This is my family's rule. This group of people are not allowed to go to church." After saying that, he heard the praise and recited a poem, and asked the new nobleman to slowly raise his body to salute. Su Xian first stood on the red felt sheet, and when he was young, he played a sheng song to attract the bride. They both paid homage to the heaven and earth and sent them into the bridal chamber. There is no need to describe these many etiquettes in detail. Only when it came to the bridal chamber, Shao Qing picked out a square scarf for the bride, and the couple sat side by side and drank from the cup together. I saw those bridesmaids coming over to kowtow, but they all went outside without saying a word. The immortal official is under the light. It was as if they were in the clouds and mist, and they could not see their faces clearly. At the end of the day, Shao Qing came over to congratulate him. Su Xian didn't have any money, so he had to say, "If you offend me, I'll pay you tomorrow." Because he is a great matchmaker and cannot be treated lightly. At this moment, I felt very hungry again, and I wanted to eat with chopsticks. But a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Shao Qing was standing by and said, "Master, please have some wine and eat as much as you like." The immortal official was no longer polite. I saw 5 bowls of side dishes, one of which was small steamed buns. It was not like a night meal with candles and flowers, it was simply a dish for the grave. How can one deserve such a situation? Then I thought about it. But they can't be blamed. In a hurry, it turned out that it was too late. This was just a common meal, just eating casually. I had several glasses of wine. Look at the furnishings in the room, they are colorful and extremely beautiful. Look at the bride, she is unparalleled. It's intoxicating. So after drinking 2 cups, he asked Shao Qing to take them away. After Shao Qing had given her face water and fragrant tea, she hurriedly went to the kitchen to tidy up, returning all the things she had sucked back to their original owners. He also sent all the ghosts away, but only 5 ghosts Changchuan was waiting. Everything is in order. When he returned to the room, he said, "Miss Sir, it's late at night. Newlyweds, please rest early." After that, he exited and closed the door behind him. When the Empress saw that the official Xian was blushing, she didn't say a word, so she had to say first, "My lord, please go to bed." Who knows that Su Xian is an honest man and has never been close to women? Tonight was the first time. He replied coyly, "Where did the lady ask me to sleep?" The lady listened to his words and seemed to be a fool. He smiled and said, "Of course I sleep on the bed." The immortal official said, "Then where does the lady sleep?" The empress said, "The husband and wife naturally sleep together." The official, "Please go to bed first." The immortal official took off his coat, boots, and socks, but kept his shorts and pants on, so he got into the brocade quilt and fell asleep. It was really an indescribable joy to wait until the queen took off her makeup and went to bed and slept with her head down, enjoying the sweetness. They slept until the sun rose, and then they got up. Shaoqing brought a silver basin of face water. After washing up, Shaoqing went around again. Her hands and feet were so fast that she got some ginseng soup and snacks and brought them to the room. After the two of them had eaten, they wanted to know how it would lead to disaster if they took the silver back home. Let's see what happens next. Chapter 4, Gift of Silver. Cudao Empress has much help from Shaoqing. Last night, I got to reunite with my destined person, and my wish came true. After getting up at this moment, after washing up with Su Xian, I saw Shaoqing bringing ginseng soup and snacks. I knew that he had absorbed them, which was in line with everyone's style. The two drank ginseng soup and had snacks, and the empress spoke up and said, "My lord, I wanted to stay with you for dinner, but you didn't come home all night last night. You must be anxious now, so I didn't dare to stay. Please go back home early and wait for your return in the evening, so as not to worry about being a wife." Su Xian nodded in agreement. In fact, in his heart, if he got such a good place, he might as well just stay there. What else are you thinking about at home? Now, being reminded by the empress, I had no choice but to say yes a few times. The empress hurriedly took the key, got up and went to the box, locked it with 3 springs, took out the snowflake silver, put it on the table, and then told Su Xian, "Take these 2 ingots of gold ingots back with you now. If you see a lively marketplace, you might as well rent it. As for the capital to open a store, I still have it here, as long as you pay attention." After finishing the instructions, he wrapped the handkerchief and handed it to the immortal official. The immortal official only obeyed and did. If you see a lively marketplace, you might as well rent it. As for the capital to open a store, I still have it here, as long as you pay attention. After finishing the instructions, he wrapped the handkerchief and handed it to the immortal official. The immortal official only obeyed and did not look at the silver coins carefully. He took it with both hands and stood up to say goodbye with a frown. The empress saw her off, and the immortal official was a little reluctant to leave. He looked back several times to look at her beauty, and walked lazily to the stairs. The empress stopped and ordered Shaoqing Dai to see her off. The immortal official then said, "Madam, please come in. I will be back in the evening." After saying that, he walked down the escalator. Somehow, he stepped on the air and Gululu fell down. The empress hurriedly asked, "Is it okay?" The immortal official replied, "It's okay, okay." Shaoqing helped him up, knowing that the method the empress used to cover his eyes seemed to be a good escalator, but it was missing a few steps. As a result, it fell a bit. At that time, He brushed off the dust on his clothes and led him all the way out of the gate wall. Su Xiandao, I'm going, just close the door. Xiao Qing was afraid that he would come back soon and not recognize the place, so he called the immortal official to stop and said, "Don't admit your mistake when you come back. Remember, there is something in front of the door. 2 locust trees. There is a bamboo fence next to it. The first one is the Temple of Wealth. There are peach blossoms in the east wall. There is a high gate wall in the middle and a zhaoqiang on the other side. You must recognize it clearly and come back early so that your wife will not be left hanging." Su Xian said he knew, and hurried all the way into the city. Xiao Qing closed the door and entered. The queen replied, "My husband has gone far away. I don't know whether he will come in the evening. Please check it carefully." The queen twirled her fingers and calculated his yin and yang. She lost her voice and said in surprise, "Ah, that's not good. Yes, the master is in danger. If he is caught as an official, this crime is not a trivial one." Xiao Qing said. "What should we do now? For what purpose? What crime was committed?" The empress said, "Right and wrong all start from Yuanbao. This ingot is the treasury silver of Qiantang County. Now the county magistrate has ordered arresters to search everywhere. It is very urgent. Your master was returning home and was seen by his sister-in-law. The evidence of the stolen goods is clear. What else can be done?" At this point, he paused and then said, "This is also his destined fate. 2 years of imprisonment is inevitable. If an official comes here, you can pay him like this." But I secretly used my magical power to save my husband from this county office, okay?" Xiao Qing nodded in praise. "Prepare for the arrival of public servants for inspection." But where did the empress get the ingot mentioned in the book? It turns out that after the empress came down from the mountain, she met King Black Wind in Zhenjiang and they became brother and sister. Knowing that he has visited his beloved, he wants to repay his great kindness and is going to marry an ordinary person. Thinking that the heaviest thing in the world is gold and silver, he stole 1,000 taels of silver from the Qiantang treasury, and gave it to the girl along with the 5 ghosts to follow her for makeup, but the empress did not know about it. He never took a closer look at the silver, and for a moment lost his sense of caution and gave it to Su Xian. Make trouble. In this section, I have just stated it in words. Besides, Su Xian went to the city and returned home all the way to meet his sister. His sister, who was Chen Biao's wife, was watching over her brother. When she saw him coming back, she said, "Hello, hello, hello. Why did you go to the graveyard and pond yesterday and didn't come back all night?" I also sent people to ask several times, "Where is it? You are a young man, why don't you learn well?" The immortal official said, "It was my younger brother's fault that I didn't come back last night. But there is a huge happy event today, so I came here to tell my sister." His sister hurriedly asked what the happy event was. The immortal official recounted the facts of yesterday from beginning to end, how he went on a spring outing in the rain, how he met the two beauties, how he came to his home in the same boat, how they worshipped and got married that night, and how he gave me his life. Come back and find me Shifang to open a store. Speaking of which, he opened the silk handkerchief with both hands, took out 2 ingots of gold, threw it on the table, and said, "Sister, if you don't believe me, please look at this silver and you will know that I am not lying." When his sister saw it, she was naturally very happy. After all, this is a house of women, so what do you know? The 2 sisters and brother were talking happily. Chen Biao is here. Chen Biao is Su Xian's brother-in-law. He is proficient in boxing and sticks and has extraordinary intelligence. He is now the leader of the capture team in Qiantang County. The county magistrate knew that he was capable of handling affairs and would ask him to handle all difficult cases. Today, my official called him in and said that the seals in the warehouse were not moving. The door could not be opened and 1,000 taels of silver were lost. Ask him to bring more partners, and they will separately interview and catch the thief. The case will be solved within 5 days. Chen Biao was ordered to withdraw. I secretly thought that this case was bizarre and must be extraordinary, so I hurriedly returned home, prepared to say goodbye to my wife, and brought my expenses with me. Then he will work with his accomplices to handle the case. When he arrived at his home, when he saw Su Xian, he complained that he was not home all night and that his descendants were too immature. Su Xian hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, don't complain. Just ask your sister and you will understand." His sister then joined in and told him what his brother had told him. Detail the whole story. After hearing this, Chen Biao smiled and said, "So, I'm so congratulated, ha ha ha." Although he smiled, he didn't believe in his heart that such a thing existed in the world. Even if you are from a wealthy family, things are easy to do and everything is ready-made, so there is no reason to have to meet and get married that night. Besides, Boss Chen is a fast-moving boss. How can he be deceived into believing him? So he smiled and said, "In that case, where is the silver now?" Su Xian took 2 ingots of gold ingots from the table over there and handed them to his sister-in-law. Chen Biao took the silver in his hand and took a closer look. It had the stamp of his county on it. Shocked. Secretly complaining, "This is Ku Yin, why is it in his hands? Could it be that he has become a thief? Or maybe he has made friends with a robber and gave him this stolen money? If I take care of my family ties and hide it and don't report it, what will happen in the future?" When I realized, even my life and property were not protected. Wouldn't it be a lose-lose situation for both sides? Then he thought, Brother Xian has always been honest and will never associate with gangsters. Besides, he is young and timid, how dare he do such a thing? About last night he went to see a prostitute, but there happened to be another robber who stayed at the prostitute's house and used the stolen money to waste. It is unknown that the prostitute was greedy for the beauty of the immortal brother and secretly gave him money. I'm going to go out now. Firstly, I need to take care of myself. Secondly, he has not become a big thief and mistakenly accepted stolen money. I forgive him for not committing any serious crime. You can also ask the government for mercy and be dealt with leniently. But how to start with the love between wife and uncle? He frowned, thinking about it. He said, Brother Xian, you want a house. It's a coincidence that there is an empty house in front of the county. It faces the street in front and the river in the back. I will go with you to have a look. If you tell me the price, we can make a deal. Su Xian happily agreed. Then he followed his brother-in-law's advice, wrapped up the ingot and took it away. Follow Chen Biao out of the house. When he arrived in front of the county, Chen Biao felt very sad. He was helpless and turned around and said, This is Sun Longxing's silver store. You can wait here. I'll make an appointment with the landlord, get the key, and go see the house with you. If it's compatible, we can close the deal today. But these 2 ingots of gold are not easy to use. You need to stop and exchange some scattered coins before you can move around. Tell him to go by himself. Don't say that Su Xian is waiting here. Just say that Chen Biao came to a hotel and stepped upstairs. His team of waiters saw them. They all got up and called the boss, saying that the boat was ready. The luggage was also sent to the boat, and the boss only had to wait for the boss to have a drink before boarding the boat. Chen Biao shook his head and said, Brothers, don't go now, the stolen goods have been captured. Everyone exclaimed, This shows that the leader is capable, the ship is not sailing, the case has been solved. Who is the robber? Where now? Chen Biao said, If you talk about this robber, even you will recognize him. He is my wife's brother Su Xian. Everyone didn't believe it and said, Brother Han Wen naturally knows him. But he is gentle and elegant, a businessman who does his duty, not like a robber. According to our opinion, there must be some grievance in it. I wonder what your boss thinks. Chen Biao said, having said that, it is really puzzling that the real stolen goods are now in his hands. But he and I are close relatives, so it's inconvenient to hurt our relationship. So I asked my brothers to quietly go to the door of Sun Longxing's silver shop, identify the stolen ingot certificate, and lock up my wife and uncle. I will be detained in the squad room for the time being. I will make a decision after I go to report to the officer. Everyone responded and took the training to leave. Chen Biao asked the waiter not to scare him, and the waiter agreed to go. Then Chen Biao also left the restaurant and went straight to the county government office. Let's start with Su Xian sitting and waiting in the silver shop. The man who opened the shop in the cabinet was very courteous for business. He saw Su Xian holding a large ingot of gold ingots in his hand. He thought that the transaction was not a small one, so he started chatting with Su Xianzuan. Su Xian was an honest man, so he said, I am waiting here for someone to come. We also need to build a treasure shop and exchange these 2 ingots for some scattered silver. When the shopkeeper heard that he was indeed a customer, he hurriedly asked him to sit down in the counter and have some tea. He also asked him to take out the ingot to see its quality, put it on a scale and weighed it, and asked, Sir, do you have a good number? Su Xiandao. It's about 100 taels. I wonder how much it weighs? The shopkeeper said, only 99.23 cents. If you don't believe it, the money is here now. As he said that, he still put the ingot on the counter. At this time, he saw two businessmen walking into the store and said, Xianguan, are you exchanging silver here? Su Xian said yes, and the messenger said again, lend me the silver to see. He took it into his hand and said, some are not bad, it's Su Xian. Come and practice. He put these 2 ingots of gold into his arms. A messenger from behind put the drill around Su Xian's neck. Su Xian was shocked. He hurriedly asked, why did you lock me up? The guard said, your real stolen goods are now, you are a robber who stole ingots, and you came here to turn them into stolen goods. Brother, take him to the yamen quickly and answer in front of the court. I couldn't help but Su Xian argued, pulled him away and left. There was also a policeman who took out a drill beside him. By the way, he blackmailed the shopkeeper and asked him to bring out 18 ingots to make up the number. The shopkeeper was so frightened that he accused her of being wronged and said many nice things, but it was always in vain. You can still ask for money, add it from 10 taels to 40 taels, and then you can buy the word luhua, which has nothing to do with the store. The two businessmen left the shop, took Su Xian into the county government office, and temporarily detained him in the prison cell. Chen Biao was convinced and was about to go in. I saw that I was already sitting in the morning hall to interrogate a separate case. After waiting for a while, when he saw that it was over, he knelt down in front of the case and said, Sir, I have been ordered to capture the criminal who stole the money from the treasury. Got it now. 2 ingots of ingots from the original stolen goods were also presented. The county magistrate asked happily, did you get all the stolen goods? Chen Biao said, I got it, now I'm going to lock you up in the squad room and serve you. The county magistrate said, if you catch the thief, you will be rewarded heavily. But the person who stole the money from the treasury was a guest. Or what's the local name? Chen Biao said, the younger one dare not hide it, he is his wife's brother Su Xian. The county magistrate said, since he is your uncle-in-law, bring him up quickly. With the order, the officer took Su Xian to the court and knelt down before the case. The magistrate asked, is your name Su Xian? Considering that you are so young, you have such courage and dare to steal money from the treasury. This is amazing. Su Xian repeatedly complained that he was wronged. The magistrate then changed his face and forced him to confess truthfully. I wonder if Su Xian confessed the reason for the gift of silver. Let's see the details in the next chapter. Chapter 5 Investigation Dash. But the county magistrate heard Su Xian's voice of injustice and said angrily, this county knows that you are more than one person, and there are always others. How many people are there in total? How can you steal money from the treasury? Let's get it from the truth. If there are lies, watch the punishment. After being threatened, Su Xian naturally confessed truthfully. First, I talked about my place of origin, age, pharmacy physiology, and being a peaceful and kind-hearted citizen who never associates with gangsters. Then I talked about sweeping tombs during the Qingming festival, going on a spring outing on the lake, and suddenly there was a heavy rain. The county magistrate said, "Nonsense. You should be slapped in the mouth. It was a good day yesterday, how can you say it rained?" At this time, Su Xian was lucky enough to be taken care of. The public servants came forward and said, "Sir, there was no rain in the city yesterday, but it rained heavily on the West Lake. Because the young people also went to the West Lake to pay homage, so we know." The magistrate nodded after hearing this. Then he asked, "What happens after it rains?" Su Xian continued, "The villain hired a boat to go back by the embankment. 2 girls from Fuzhou came, claiming to be a master and a maid. The young lady's name was Bai Xiuying, and the maid's name was Shaoqing. His father was the head of Chuzhou town and was killed in battle in Sichuan. They were sojourning here because they were unable to attend the funeral. He invited me to his house and promised to borrow rain gear. Naji left me in the study. Over some refreshments, they happened to talk about family matters and said that the young lady had not yet been married, so Shaoqing made a match, willing to be a matchmaker, and they got married that night. This morning, I was given 2 large ingots of silver. I don't know if they are treasures from China, but I hope you will examine them carefully." The county magistrate said, "Since you claim to be the eunuch's daughter, where is his mansion now?" Su Xian replied, "I live in the big wall gate outside Qingba Gate." After the magistrate heard the confession, and thought about it carefully, it was obviously nonsense. People can get married after meeting each other for a short time. This statement is definitely difficult to believe. And looking at Su Xian, he doesn't look like someone who has done evil. I will issue the Zhuzhuan now and get by Xiuying and Shaoqing, and then I will explain." Feigning anger, he said, "What kind of rich lady is there? According to the county, if it's not a brothel, it must be a fox demon and a flower demon. Let's go and catch it." Zhu Zhu was immediately pronounced and told Chen Biao and Jin Sheng, "Zhu sign 1. You two, take Su Xian to the Qingba Gate and capture the Bai family Xiuying and the maid Shaoqing. Come quickly." The county magistrate then resigned. The police officer here took Su Xian into custody and left. Chen Biao pretended to kick his feet aside, saying that my friends had caused trouble and it was difficult for me to care about my family. There is no other way now. When I go with you to your wife's house, I will act like a fast horse. You will understand after seeing it. After talking all the way, they have left Qingba Gate. The official went to find Bentu and asked him to capture him. The place here is called Wang Shiqian. When I went to his home and asked, I found out that he was drinking in a small hotel. When I looked over, I saw that Wang Shiqian was scolding the bartender and asking for more wine while being drunk. The bartender refused, saying that he owed 6,800 won, and you had to pay back the credit. The bartender said, I am a regular customer, and I only owe you 6,800 won, and you want me not to come back to eat again. You want me to pay you 3,200 yuan and settle the account with you. But you know my name is Wang Shiqian. During the two arguments, the official came in and shouted Wang Shiqian, which frightened him half awake. When he looked up, he saw that they were some officials from the county, and he hurriedly said, "Who are they?" It turned out to be some uncles. "Please have a seat, please have a seat. The bartender will bring you a bottle of wine and write it on my account." Gongzhu said, "This is not the time to have a drink, there is business to attend to. Look at the red sign. In your picture, you want to capture Xiuying of the Bai family and Xiaoqing, the maidservant. Hurry up and lead the way. The government is waiting for a reply." Wang Shiqian said, "The people living in my picture are purple, yellow, red and black, and there is no family named Bai. I'm afraid you wrote it wrong." Gongzi said, "How could you write it wrong? Now Su Xian is alive. We got married in your picture last night." Wang Shiqian said, "Ah. So, in my picture. Why don't you treat me to a drink at the wedding?" The official said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't recognize the person you want in your plot, just go with Su Xian." So everyone walked out of the store together, going through twists and turns, and the immortal official led the way forward. Unfortunately, there is an iron chain around his neck. Still walking the same way. When I arrived in front of the gate, I was shocked. How could the beautiful gate wall of the general town have turned into the scene of an ancestral hall? He said tremblingly, "Everyone, this is it." Chen Biao looked up and saw a plaque hanging on the door that read, "Chao Shigong's ancestral hall," was written in 5 words, and he said in surprise, "This is an ancestral hall, how can you say it's someone else's house?" Su Xiandao, sister-in-law, it's strange to say that this morning we were still in the Qingli family. Why has the situation changed like this now? Even my younger brother doesn't understand. The official said, "Is there anyone living here?" Wang Shiqian replied coldly, "There are 2 families living there. One is a demon, and the other is a monster. Whenever it rains, they often come out to charm people. They are very scary." After hearing this, the guards said in unison, "We are on official duty. If we come back in vain, how can we answer this officer? Why don't we all go in and ask Boss Su to take the lead?" Su Xiandao, when I heard what you said, even I became scared. The officer said, "You had a kiss last night, but are you afraid today? Go faster." Su Xian had no choice but to push the door open. He could only see the inside of the courtyard. Xiaoqing swept the floor inside and asked, "Xiaoqing, why is the house in such a state?" Xiaoqing replied, "Ms., you are going the wrong way. This is the back village, and when you go out in the morning, it is the front village." While Su Xian and Xiaoqing were talking, people followed and saw the surroundings collapsed. He also heard Su Xian call him Xiaoqing. "I must be correct." So he asked the local people to come up and hold him so that we could practice. Wang Shiqian said, "I won't go. If it's a neighbor and I go to catch him, he will wake up." He cannot bear the crime of robbing a woman. The crowd said, he is Shaoqing. There is nothing that can't be taken from a prisoner who is named on the red sign. One of the men inside said, then I'll get him, and you guys can use Lianzi to lock him up. Everyone agreed. The messenger walked up to Shaoqing's back gently, pushed her hard, and said, here he is, come quickly. The word lie hasn't been shouted out yet. Suddenly a strong wind blew from the ground. There were flying sand and rocks, and no one could be seen on the opposite side, as if they were in the clouds and mist. How could the messenger hold him? Shaoqing's body rushed upward, which was called escaping. Qin Biao was so frightened that he screamed, Su Xian's face turned red, and everyone was frightened. It wasn't until the wind calmed down that he opened his eyes. When I asked Shaoqing if he had caught it, the messenger said, I was holding it, but it showed its original shape and turned into a broom. But everyone said, don't worry about him, just lock the broom into the city. I will answer you when I see you. But there is also a Bai family showing on the red sign. It's probably the best thing in the world. We must also capture him. I'm afraid it's not in the back, but it's upstairs. As he said that, he looked up and saw that the escalator was missing 2 floors, and it seemed that no one was going up or down. Just when he was guessing, he heard a sound from upstairs, and the window opened. Everyone retreated to the center of the courtyard, raising their heads and paying attention. I saw a beautiful woman leaning against the window. Su Xian hurriedly shouted, Madam, you have caused me so much pain. Qin Biao asked, who are you? Please explain clearly. Bai called her uncle. Qin Biao said, who is your uncle? What kind of monster is stealing the treasure? You framed my brother-in-law Su Xian, tell me quickly. Ms. Bai said calmly, I think when Wengu passed away, because he was young and ignorant, he entrusted his uncle to him before his death. Unfortunately, my family's fortune is in decline, and I only have 300 taels of silver left, and I have to rely on you to support me. You agreed at that time. Why is there such a sudden turmoil in the plains, that you don't even care about my uncle's family ties, and try to harm my husband by taking advantage of others? Qin Biao said, it's clear that you stole the treasure and harmed others, but you said that I have replaced others with others. How can it be unreasonable? Bai Shi said, if we talk about Yuan Bao, it is not stolen goods. It's the salary from the late emperor's appointment. You can't be mistaken. Qin Biao said, what are you talking about? There are marks on the Yuan Bao, so there is no reason to take it wrong. If Su Xian doesn't hand over the real stolen goods now, he will inevitably be punished. Since you said it was passed down by your father and you feel clear, why not go to the court to judge, in order to get rid of Su Xian's crime? Bai said, it's okay if I go. It's just that I grew up in a famous family, so it would be a shame to show up in public and go to court. After that, he closed the window. Everyone downstairs heard that Bai was willing to go with him. They waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Just as they were discussing going upstairs to catch him, they suddenly saw by standing there silently. Behind. She was startled and asked, "Empress, when did you come down?" No one saw it, but we were shocked. The Empress did not answer. The man then said, "My wife's shoes and stockings are too small for walking. I'll call for a small sedan and carry her away." The lady replied, "My husband has violated the king's law. How can a wife sit in a sedan chair again?" After everyone heard this, they said that he was a virtuous lady. "But she has small feet and walks to the front of the county, which is about 30 or 40 miles. How can she walk?" Wang Shiqian said, "Well, you can put one hand in your hand. Put it on my shoulder and walk slowly. Is that okay?" The Empress nodded in thanks. They asked the waiter to get the broom, took Su Xian, and together with the Empress, left the ancestral hall and walked all the way from the neighborhood. Only Wang Shiqian felt proud. He put his jade hand on his shoulder, making his bones soft and tender, and whispered, "Grandma, don't worry, come to the county. I'll take care of everything, and I'll make sure everything is fine." I was saying this, but I couldn't squeeze his hand. I had to lower my head, put my chin on the back of the Empress's hand, and move it back and forth for fun. The Empress had known that he had bad intentions, so she kept telling him to suffer. At this time, the public servants escorted the prisoners into the city and walked in the lively neighborhoods, which disturbed many idlers and made them talk a lot. As they were approaching the county government office, someone sent someone to say to the Empress, "I have a saying that I don't like. When you bring someone into the government office, you must put on a train as usual. Stop once and then open. Are you right?" The Empress said, "This is the law of the imperial court. It is natural. Why can't I do it?" The messenger took out the training tool, put it on the Empress's head, and said, "I'm sorry." Suddenly there was a strong wind, whistling several times, and I couldn't open my eyes. The training piece was still draped over the locals' shoulders, and everyone just shouted, "What a strong wind! What a strong wind!" He ran all the way to the county government office, where Qiantang County was sitting in the hall. The official went to the hall first, knelt down, handed back the zhu, and reported back, "Mr. Bai has got it." Maid Xiao Qing, the boys caught him, and he turned into a broom. The magistrate asked, "Have you brought him here?" The messenger said he had brought him here. The magistrate then ordered him to be brought to the court and sent someone to present the broom. The magistrate was also confused for a moment and asked, "Are you Xiao Qing?" The messenger hurriedly reported, "He has no mouth." After hearing this, the magistrate felt funny to himself. Order to burn the broom with fire. At the same time, he ordered Bai to be brought up. After a while, Bai Shi took him to Lianzi. The magistrate said, "You are a young woman with a trivial dress and hairpin. How dare you steal money from the treasury? How many gangsters do you have? If you recruit me for real, you will not be punished. Speak quickly, why don't you speak?" The messenger was also urging, "I asked you how you stole the money. Tell me quickly." Why are you laughing without even a single confession? The magistrate said angrily, Why are you laughing? Palm. The government servant next to him came over. Just put him on the flour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The dough was damaged, and it didn't look right. He turned around and reported, The Bai family has changed to a new place and Wang Shiqian has changed. The county magistrate said, It's a place, so why did it change to the Bai family? Wang Shiqian said, The young leader captured Shao Qing of the Bai family, and when he arrived at Chao Shigong in the ancestral hall, Shao Qing was first captured and transformed into a broom, and then Bai was captured and escorted into the city by his companions. Suddenly there was a strong wind, and I saw an evil ghost sticking a piece of white paper on the little face. There are only 3 small holes in this piece of paper, so the 2 eyes can see it, and the mouth can feel angry, but can't say anything. It was always cloudy and foggy, so I came to the county to see my grandpa. The magistrate said, Since I can't speak, why are you just smiling at me? Wang Shiqian said, My grandpa called me Bai, so I started to laugh. The county magistrate said, This monster is really powerful. Wait for the county to go and investigate in person. To know the details of the reconnaissance and the reasons for the information matching, let's look at the next chapter for analysis. Chapter 6 Information Matching. But he said that although the county magistrate was aware of the dangers of monsters, the money from the treasury was stolen and the matter was very important, so he had to go and investigate in person. He ordered a sedan chair and took Su Xian with him. It was reported that 3 squads of government officials gathered around the official sedan and headed out. They shouted and shouted all the way out of the city gate. It's a pity that Su Xian brought a lock trainer. He was escorted behind the sedan chair with tears streaming down his face. After a while, he arrived at the ancestral hall and followed him. The magistrate knelt down and said, Master, this is it. The magistrate stopped his sedan chair. When I got out of the sedan chair and took a look at the ancestral hall, I saw that it was covered with cobwebs and dust. It was a place where no one had been in or out for a long time. Then he called Su Xian and asked, You got married here last night? But is this what it is? Su Xian replied, It was here yesterday. If it was just a small house, it would be good to have a good spirit, but now it is completely different. The county magistrate said, This is causing trouble. Let's go inside and have a look. Then he asked the local authorities to lead the way, and 3 squadrons of public servants were behind to escort Su Xian. Enter with the magistrate. The magistrate saw that walls collapsed everywhere and the courtyard was full of firewood. In the front of the ancestral hall, an idol of Duke Chao sat with withered robes and hats. Some of the tables and chairs in the hall are missing, the floors are also uneven. Then he said to his servant, How can you say that Su Xian got married last night in such a dilapidated house? It makes no sense. He called the local government over and asked, Is there anyone in charge of this ancestral hall now? The local government said, Master, I have always been there. However, there were descendants who offered sacrifices in the spring and autumn period. Later, when the descendants were exhausted, they stopped coming to offer sacrifices. Recently, monsters have appeared and often come out to enchant people. Therefore, no one who knows about it dares to pass by this place. The county magistrate said, "How dare you do such trouble? That's a big deal. Let's go upstairs and have a look." The messenger said, "This escalator is missing a few steps, making it difficult to walk up." The county magistrate said angrily, "You must go up and take a look. If not, just take Su Xian back to Yenshuan and find out where Ku Yin is. Don't worry if he doesn't recruit him." Before he finished speaking, there was a "yeah" sound upstairs and the window was opened. The magistrate knew that someone was up there. He and the others retreated to the patio and looked up. I saw a stunningly beautiful woman leaning against the window. Su Xian shouted, "My lady! You have caused me so much pain." The lady said, "My lord, I have been wronged. But this silver is not treasury silver. My lord, please rest assured, you have your own responsibilities as a wife." The county magistrate, he said, "Who are you, a monster, who dares to cause harm to the people and steal the treasury? Why don't you come down to accept your guilt? Are you still out there talking nonsense and misleading the public?" The empress called old parents and said, "I am a daughter of a famous family. My father's official residence is the chief town official of Chuzhou. His name is Bai Yuanfang and his native place is Sichuan. Just because he conquered the barbarians, he died on the battlefield. There are no uncles or siblings in the family. I can't go to the funeral, so I will stay in Shentang temporarily. If we say these 2 ingots of gold, they are my father's salary when he was in office. I also hope that my parents will look carefully and don't seduce my husband." The county magistrate said, "You said it was not a demon, but a daughter of an eunuch. Why did the sand and rocks change her shape and appearance, and the maid also turned into a broom? What's the reason?" The empress said, "To be honest with my parents, when I was 7 years old, I met old Mother Lishan and told me that I was destined to be with her. Take me to the immortal mountain and teach you the art of calling wind and rain. You can also calculate yin and yang and learn about the past and future." Returned after 3 years of study. "So I just performed a little magic. How can I be said to be a demon?" The county magistrate said, Okay, that's quite clear. She really looks like a wealthy lady. Anyway, since you are a rich young lady, do you know my master's surname, name, where he comes from, and what his family is like? How many pro-Chinese people are there? If you make it clear, I will believe that you are a professor from the immortal family." The empress said, "How come you don't know? My parents have been scholars for generations and live in Liangxiang County, Beiji. His surname is Zhou, his surname is O, and he was born in Liangbang." The county magistrate added some words. These 2 sentences are not surprising. Doesn't anyone know that this county is from Liangbang, has been scholarly for generations, and has a surname of Zhou? Do you know what official my grandfather is? The empress said, "My grandpa's name is Zhou Tianlu, and his official title is Zhua Chunfang, a bachelor of the Hanlin Academy. My wife is 61 years old this year, and she celebrated her birthday in August last year. Ling Sheng's wife, Mrs. Han. It's a marriage between an aunt and a cousin. But the county magistrate said, this sentence is wrong. If you say, Madam, you are in the yamen now, how can you say you are at home? The Empress smiled and said, it seems that I am afraid of offending my parents. The one in the yamen now is not a knot of hair, but the little maid in the lady's skirt. The magistrate said hurriedly, it goes without saying. Let me ask you, how many sons do I have? How many ladies? The Empress said, a young lady is 13 years old this year. The two young masters, the elder is 11 years old and the younger is 9 years old, are currently studying in the study. The teacher who teaches reading is your great-uncle. The county magistrate said, although this is true. Did you know that I live inside and outside the city? How many houses are there in total? Does the facade face south or north? The Empress said, your family lives in the city. The facade faces the south and the sun, and at the east end is the city god's temple, with 45 large and small rooms and corridors. There is a garden pavilion and laurel trees at the back, and 8 new buildings are built on the east side. Not finished painting yet. I don't know if it is or not. The magistrate nodded and said, how strange. It's like I've been to my home. Since you are a professor from the immortal family, but the silver in the county treasury cannot be sealed, the door cannot be opened, where did you get the 1,000 taels of silver from? Besides, I am a poor official and cannot afford compensation. How can we ask this county to close the case? The Empress said, I only ask my parents to release my husband properly. I will compensate you for these silver taels. If you do not know the current affairs and injure my husband a little, I will fly to Liangxiang County in the clouds and immediately spread the plague to discipline your family, young and old, and exterminate them all. If you come to me again at that time, there will be no negotiation. After that, he closed the window and went in. At this time, the county magistrate was frightened by this and thought to himself, even if I release Su Xian, how will the Qian case be closed? While I was feeling depressed, a sudden gust of wind blew the sky into darkness. Everyone was so frightened that they had nowhere to run. Just close your eyes and wait for death. Only the magistrate silently appealed to the Empress and Fairy to instruct the original stolen goods, and he would never dare to embarrass Su Xian, so he immediately released the stolen goods. After praying, the wind calmed down and the clouds dispersed. When everyone saw the blue sky, they all said, it's getting late. Please go back. The magistrate was about to stand up when he caught a glimpse of a large pile of white lights shining in the center of the hall. He was startled and thought that the monster was doing something again. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a pile of gold ingots, which were exactly Qian, no more, no less, only 18. The county magistrate is overjoyed. Then he ordered the place. When I got home, I took out 2 pieces of baggage, wrapped the money, and took it back to the yamen for storage. At this time, the county magistrate came out of the ancestral hall and got on the sedan chair. The officers took Su Xian and marched into the city back to the office. Su Xian is still in custody, waiting to be punished tomorrow, because it is already late. The magistrate returned to his room and did not sleep all night. I was scared and hesitant at the same time, and I couldn't think of a way to have both ends. After dawn, I asked the master to come to the signing room to discuss the matter. Master Xing was very talented and said that this matter was not a big deal. Fortunately, the treasure had already been put into the treasury, so he was charged with real and fake theft and received a leniency. He just played a few games, was assigned for 2 years, and then came back. The magistrate nodded in praise. Then he sent word to the clerk of the room to come in, prepare the documents, read all the constitutions in detail, and wait for the approval of the superiors 3 days later. On this day, the magistrate sat in the hall, with the clerks and servants on both sides. He ordered Su Xian to be taken out of the prison room. Bring him to the church to express his feelings. The document was filled in with the year and month, and was sent to Suzhou to serve a 2-year sentence. At that time, the empress had already calculated the yin and yang in the ancestral hall and knew that her husband was sent to Suzhou. We will meet again the day after tomorrow, and we will meet at Jinchang Gate. But when you feel down, you will inevitably be punished in court. So the empress came on a cloud and stood in the clouds, looking down, to protect her husband from pain. At this moment, Su Xian was brought to the hall and knelt down. The county magistrate said, "You are a law-abiding and good citizen. Although you have never personally stolen the treasury, you should not be greedy for women and have an adulterous marriage. This county thinks you are ignorant. I am extraordinarily gracious, and I will not wrong you if I ask you to serve 2 years in prison." Su Xiandao, it's really a villain who deserves to die and throws himself into a trap. Now that I have been enlightened by my master, I cannot thank you enough for the kindness of rebuilding me. The county magistrate said, "In that case, pull it down and hit 20 boards to relieve it." He reached out and pulled out 4 lottery sticks from the tube, and threw them down. The officer who was executing the execution next to him immediately shouted and came over to pull Su Xian, like an eagle holding a sparrow. He took off his pants and presented the board in front of the case. Then he lifted the board high and was about to knock it down while shouting. The empress saw it and felt very sad. With such snow-white belly and legs, how could he endure such torture? I really can't bear it. He had no choice but to mutter something in his mouth, draw a finger into the air, and put it on the master's buttocks. It's not a good idea to think about it. After all, he is an official of the imperial court. If I alert him, wouldn't I be violating heaven's laws? Fortunately, he changed his mind quickly. It would be better to paddle into the lap of the lady in the upper room. Fortunately, this lady was not the main wife, but the plum fragrance in her skirt. It was not a crime for him to do anything, so he crossed over. This stroke didn't matter. The grandmother in the upper room was standing up from the bucket. Before his pants were tied up, he felt darkness in front of his eyes. Two evil spirits grabbed him and pushed him down on the edge of the bed. There was only a cracking sound, and his leg was hit. The pain made him scream like a pig, and said, "Master is sitting in the hall beating people. How can you beat me? Girl, go out and report to the master." At that time, the master was blaming the case and was furious. Because Su Xian did not cry out for mercy, but said that the police officer was tolerant and sold his methods, he was beaten several times. Suddenly he saw a note coming from inside, and he put it under the tea bowl. It says, "Grandma was beaten to death." The magistrate secretly said that it was not good and he was causing trouble again. He hurriedly ordered the stop board to be put up and brought Su Xian up. The order said, "Su Xian, I will beat you 20 more times. I think you are young and weak, so I will forgive you for the time being. I will only assign you to Su Jiang as a special favor." "Do you know?" Su Xian said, "Thank you for your grace." The magistrate of the county immediately ordered Zhang Sheng and Li Gui to be released from the service, and ordered them to escort Su Xian to Suzhou, submit a document to take him into custody, and return immediately after receiving approval. After reprimanding Su Xian for a few more words, he withdrew. I hurriedly went to see my grandma, only to find out that the demon was causing trouble secretly. On the one hand, he comforted him with kind words, and on the other hand, he asked a doctor to treat him. No need to detail. Shan said that Su Xiantong was discharged from the army and walked out of the door. First, my elder sister-in-law, Chen Biao, came over and called to Brother Xian, "This is called sitting at home behind closed doors. Misfortune comes from the sky. It's also a disaster for you, so you don't have to suffer. Brother Zhang and Brother Li are the ones who are relieved of duty. They will take care of you all the way." The second commander said, "The boss can rest assured that your uncle, Brother Hanwen, will be with you all the way and will never be disrespectful." Chen Biao said, "It's all a matter of great strength. I have a few taels of broken silver, which I can use as my travel expenses. I have sent someone to pick up your bedding and clothes from the bank." Su Xian thanked him repeatedly. Chen Biao went to the restaurant with them to sit down, had a few bottles of wine, first consoled Su Xian, and then gave Zhang and Li a few words of advice. While he was talking, the old man from the pharmacy came out. After sitting down, he spoke first. "Good nephew. Unexpectedly, you have suffered such a disaster. I understand the frustration inside. I heard that you were thinking about Gusu, so I came here to see you off. Your clothes are all in the boat. 5 taels of silver as pocket money on the road. I also have a letter of recommendation, please keep it. I am a stranger to Suzhou. I have a younger brother, Wang Yongchang, who is now in Lujia Lane, Shihao. When the Dashingtang medicinal materials store is opened, you can deliver it there, and then you can get bail from the post office and do business in his store to avoid suffering." Su Xian immediately knelt down and thanked him. "My uncle has been so kind to me, and I hate to repay you. Now that I am bound by official duties, I am bidding my farewell here." The old man said outside that he dare not. hold up with both hands. It turns out that he is not an uncle or nephew, but actually a master and apprentice. Because Su Xian's father was close friends with Wang Yongchen and Wang Yongchang and became brothers, and they also accepted the instructions before his death, so when Su Xian grew up, he was sent to the Wang family to study, and he was always called uncle and nephew. At this time, Jiayong was urging him to leave. Su Xian turned around and said to Chen Biao, I asked my sister-in-law to go home and said that I would pay homage to my sister so that he wouldn't have to be sad. In just 2 years, I'll be back. Chen Biao said, Brother Xian, take care on the road. I will rely on you for everything. I have something to do in the county. It's too late to board the boat to see them off. After saying that, Jiayong and Su Xian left the hotel and boarded a boat to go to Suzhou. If you want to know the reason why you went to Su to force beggars, let's look at the details in the next chapter. The 7th chapter of Forcing Beggars, let's talk about it. When Su Xian arrived in Suzhou, the ship arrived at Xujiang and berthed. He first put the documents into the post. As usual, we had to fight a few times, but thanks to the cleverness of the second soldier, we were able to avoid fighting and rest in the post. The commander was able to reply and return to Hangzhou to answer his orders. He did not mention it in the past. Now let's talk about Empress Bai. After the Empress secretly blessed the immortal official to board the ship, she asked Shaoqing to take care of everything. Many wooden utensils, boxes, cages, bed tents, damask and grosgrain, miscellaneous items, etc. were prepared. We also hired 2 large saloon boats and loaded them all together, pretending to be an official's family. There were family members standing on the bows, and they were really majestic. Therefore, when the master's maid boarded the boat in a sedan chair, many people on the shore came to watch. When they saw a banner hanging high with the words, Dudu's Mansion, written on it, but they didn't know whose official family had moved there, everyone admired it. Do you know when he bought all these belongings? Who knows what they have? No money was needed to buy them. They were all sucked in by Shaoqing and 5 ghosts, and they were just transported using that method. I only pay the most attention to absorbing silver, because I am scared of the silver. He specializes in sucking the money from those prodigal kids and the casinos. He gets 100 taels in the east and 200 taels in the west. Taken out from thousands and thousands of miles away, there is no way to check it. Exactly. It only said that after the master's maid got off the boat, she immediately ordered the boat to sail, and with the sound of a gong, it headed straight for Suzhou. Shaoqing on the boat secretly asked the Empress, "We have arrived in Suzhou, where can we settle down?" The Empress said, "I have calculated the yin and yang. It has already been arranged. In the Jinchang gate of Su City, there is a Zhuanzhu alley. There is a tall building in the alley, which is empty and uninhabited. It is a house with the surname Wang. The owner is Wang Shizhang, who has been serving as imperial servant in Jingxiang for a long time. His son is named Wanqing. He was born in the 2nd rank and is now the magistrate of Xiangfu County. Just because he moved his family the year before last and took office to Hunan, he locked up the house and asked his neighbors to take care of it. You and I are taking advantage of this to survive, and the discipline will meet my husband one day. Xiao Qing said, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. I have never known them, and I have no real evidence. What will happen if they interrogate the root cause? The Empress said, it doesn't matter. I regard Wang Shizhong as my maternal uncle, and his son is my cousin. He only said that he had a mission to ask me to come and live there, so the neighbors would not be suspicious. The master and his maidservant discussed it for a while, but had nothing else to say. 2 days passed. The boat arrived at the pier outside Jinchangmen and berthed. The golden gongs sifted, and many porters had arrived on the shore. Then he ordered the things loaded on the boat to be carried into the city. It was already dusk, so I ordered 5 ghosts to carry the burden. For a moment, the lamp ball and the torch illuminated brightly, and the words, "De Mansion," were written on the lamp. He looked like a great country squire. Another big sedan and a small sedan were called, and the Empress and Xiao Qing were sitting there. As soon as we entered the city gate, the commotion turned into Zhuanzhu Lane, which alarmed the neighbors. Some said, this kind of bustle, can it be that someone's house is on fire? Some said, it's not a fire. The robbers must have come to rob him. But they didn't dare to come out and open the door. They all opened the windows along the street and looked down, but they saw many people carrying, and escorting people. The lights, balls, and torches were shining like daylight. They asked in surprise, at this time, people, there was a lot of noise, it was robbers robbing. Is it still on fire there? Unexpectedly, the person below cursed in a Beijing accent, you blind dog Wangba. We were sent back by a lady from Hunan province. What kind of robber is not a robber? What a bastard, forgetful bastard. The Suzhou people were startled when they heard the curved Beijing dialect. They haven't figured it out yet. Fortunately, a few people understood and said that it was not the robbers who set the scene on fire, but the Wang family from the next door who was sending the young lady back, which was why it was so lively. Some people say that if his family doesn't have a young lady, they should ask him tomorrow. There is also an old neighbor named Lu, ranked 3rd, old and honest. Therefore, when the Wang family took over the throne, they sealed off the empty house and asked him to take care of it. The Empress had already predicted the yin and yang of the family, so she first sent her family to deliver the letter. She met Mr. Lu and said, we came from Xiangfu County, and by order of the head of the family, we sent the young lady to live in Su. Now I have a letter and 4 gifts, color. Please take it away from my husband. All the reasons contained in it will be understood naturally after reading the letter. After hearing this, Mr. Lu even said that he did not dare to accept it. Thank you for your troubles. The family handed over the letter and gift without saying much and left. Mr. Lu had no choice but to close the door, turn around and go inside. He opened the letter. Take a look. It says, Mr. Lu Huijian, I am deeply sorry for not greeting you for a long time. The year before last, someone selected Xiang Fu, moved his family members, and took care of them. He also entrusted the empty house to manage it on his behalf, which cost a lot of energy. But since a certain person had entered an official career, it was difficult to predict when he would return, so he wrote to his cousin in Hangzhou, specifically to pick her up in Suzhou. Live in the house. Also pray for care. I sent you a small gift of 4 colors, and Fu Wei accepted it with a smile. Everything is protected and protected. After Rong returns home in the future, he will come to the door to express his gratitude. I would like to express my gratitude to you. Tian. Neighbor brother Wang Wanqing pays homage. After Mr. Liu finished looking, he looked at the 4-color gifts, which were 2 silk ribbons and 2 boxes of peaches and dates. He was overjoyed. I should go to the hall tomorrow to deliver the congratulatory gift. Although I am an old neighbor of the Wang family, I know that he has no sisters. Now that I read the words in the letter, I know that it is his cousin. Elder Liu was happy. I could hear the Wang family carrying heavy items in that room, and there was a lot of fuss and fuss. It wasn't until after the second update that things were ready. They also developed the services of bearers and porters, and gave them money for the ship, plus money for wedding gifts and drinks, which was very rich. So everyone pleases and flatters everyone. Finally, the Empress ordered Shaoqing to arrange all the personal objects used by the tenants in the hall. There are 5 ghosts to help. Wipe and clean it, and it will really shine. There are Buddha horses in the main hall, red candles are burning high, and lanterns are hung inside and outside. It is bright all night long. The main door is open to send blessings to the gods, and hundreds of suns are singing in succession. Until dawn, Xinglongji cakes, fruits, etc. will be distributed to the neighbors. After lunch, neighbors from all over the country came to express their congratulations. It was Lu San's father who took the lead and came to knock on the door along with Zhang Wang, Li Chen, and other neighbors. Shaoqing walked out and opened the door and said, "It turns out to be Mr. Liu and all the distinguished neighbors. Please take a seat inside." Everyone sat down in the hall, and Shaoqing went inside to report. The young lady stepped out of the screen door, and everyone stood up to bow and congratulate her. The Empress returned the courtesy and asked to sit down. Fang asked, "Is this Mr. Liu?" Mr. Liu said, "I don't dare. It's the young man. I received the generous gift yesterday and came here to congratulate and thank you." The Empress said, "These thin things are worth mentioning." Everyone also said, "I was given wedding cakes and steamed buns this morning. Thank you very much." I would also like to ask the Empress, what is the relationship between you and Mr. Wang, and why are you sent here? Please tell me the details. The Empress knew that they must ask, so she was already prepared. She replied calmly, "I have been to this place before. It has been more than 10 years. Prince Taipu is my maternal uncle, and Xiangfu County is my cousin. His ancestors lived in Linan Prefecture, Zhejiang Province, and he has been an official for generations. Mr. Liu asked, I heard that there is a relative in Hangzhou. What is your surname? My surname is Bai, said the Empress. My father's official position is the head of the town. Everyone said, no wonder the lanterns last night said governor's mansion on it. What will happen now? The Empress made up a lie and replied, Dear neighbors, let me tell you this, I am alone because my parents have died. I sent a letter to Hunan early last year. We are married, but unfortunately my husband does not take care of the housework, and spends all day wandering around, looking for flowers and willows. The slave gives me good advice, but he gets angry and blames me for being jealous, and pursuing things without separation. Fortunately, my uncle sent someone to my home and got a letter from my cousin, asking me to come and live in Suzhou. It really killed two birds with one stone. You can pay attention to look for my husband. The crowd said, How did you know he came to Suzhou? The Empress said, There is a reason. When my husband was at home, he often said that Gusu was heaven, so he expected to settle here. I would also like to ask all of you, my dear neighbors, to take care of me and find my husband back. I am very grateful. Everyone said, How dare you? Since we have entrusted you to each other, you should be careful. But I don't know what your surname is. The Empress said, My surname is Su Mingxian, whose nickname is Hanwen. He is originally from Wulin, Zhejiang. Everyone said, It will be easy if you know the name. I'm looking for it. While they were talking, Shaoqing brought out some tea. Everyone finished drinking. Said, Last night, I saw many honorable ministers in the house, but today I have not seen any of them. I wonder where they are. The Queen said, Of these many people, some have returned to Hangzhou and some to Hunan to fulfill their orders, so they are all here. Not here. I think I will be visited by many people today and given generous gifts, but I really don't deserve them. I originally wanted to prepare some water and wine and chat about my feelings, but I couldn't leave it alone, so I was a bit rude. I can't make amends until the couple is reunited. Everyone said, How dare, a few more times, and then left together. They all praised the Queen for her beauty and virtue. We should help him find her husband. Reunite them as a couple. After some discussion, everyone dispersed and went home, without me mentioning it. Let's talk about Su Xian settling down in the post. At first there was some silver left over for use, but after a while it was gradually used up. Unexpectedly, Yitzi is the brain of a beggar. The Su people are called Jiado and have the cruelest heart. Now seeing that Su Xian had no money in his hand, he suddenly changed his face, got angry at Su Xian, and forced him to go out to beg for food. If Su Xian refused to wait, he would definitely be beaten, so he had to reluctantly agree. Under the guidance of Jia Tu, he changed his appearance as a beggar and took off his clothes. He wore a torn cattail bag on his head, a torn mandarin jacket, many patches on his trousers, a hemp rope around his waist, a pair of new straw sandals on his feet, and a green bamboo pole in his hand. There is also a basket and a bowl, which look very similar. That Jia too also taught him how to walk, how to shout, and how to beg. There is a benevolent gentleman who is willing to show kindness and give you money. Go quickly. Su Xian was forced, but although he was unwilling, he thought that going out this time would be a great opportunity. He went back inside. He took the letter of recommendation from the king, hid it in his arms, and left the post. Walking to the street, I thought again, I just happened to go to Nanhao right now to deliver this letter. But I became a beggar and went to see him like this. Alas! The world is so cold, how can he tolerate me? This cannot be tolerated. Don't you want to die in Suzhou and become a hungry man? With this thought in his mind, he saw many shops on both sides of the road along the way. This human street was crowded with people and very lively. He lowered his head, his face full of shame, and he was afraid that he would have no money when he went back and be killed by the armor. Head whipping. Reluctantly, he knelt down on the ground and begged. A group of people from the neighborhood came to see him. Some said that he was good-looking and not disabled, so why didn't he make a living and become a beggar? Some said that he was born in poverty and would have bad luck for many years. The business is losing money, leading to such a situation. Then he took out 20 or 30 coins from his bag and threw them to him. It is strange to say that as long as one person takes the initiative, many people will show their kindness. There are 3 of you, 5 of me, and dozens of others. It won't take a moment. There are already hundreds of articles in the basket. These are the good roots formed by Su Xian in his previous life, so in this life, he can make people pity him at first sight. Going forward a little while later, there were those soft-hearted women who pooled their money together to give it to him. So Su Xian returned to the post in the evening. The money in the inspection basket was about 910 cents. The head of the army was overjoyed when he saw it, and bought some food and wine to congratulate him, saying that he was the #1 scholar in the post. The day has passed and the morning has come again. Whether Su Xian went to Nanhao to submit a letter will be discussed next time. Chapter 8, Postcard. Let's say that Su Xian was forced to become a beggar and got a lot of money back. He didn't want to do it, but he had to deliver the letter, so he got up early in the morning. That person flattered him back, treated him to some snacks, and taught him some economics in begging. Su Xian said Wei Wei agreed. Keeping that in mind, he still changed into a beggar's attire and walked out of the post gate. Instead of going to the street to beg, he hurried forward all the way. When I arrived at Lujia Alley, Nanhao, I looked up and saw the signboard of Dashingtang, with the words, Fajui Ginseng and Chuanguang Daodi Medicinal Materials Store written on it. The one on the side is a snack shop, which is really impressive. At this time, Su Xian didn't care about the blue streaks on his body, stepped onto the street, took the letter in his hand, and walked into the store. Seeing several shop assistants standing by the counter, he pretended to smile, cupped his hands and shouted, "Sir, please." When the shopkeepers saw him walking in, they all said, "Why is this Gao Huazi holding his hands against us?" Su Xian also knew that he was Gao Huazi, so he didn't argue with him, so he said, "I'm from Hangzhou. There is a letter, please send it to Wang Yuanwei." After hearing this, the shopkeeper said, "Since you have a letter, please give it to Wang Yuanwei." "Why did you ask this Guowazi to be sent here?" After taking the letter from Su Xian's hand, he asked Shiguan to take it in. Shiguan was a shopkeeper in the business. He had a problem. He would always miss some money when he saw it. When he heard the call, he took the letter. Until he got inside, he shouted, "Yuan Wai. There is a letter from a senior official in Hangzhou. I've already paid the 30 cents for the drink." That officer was Wang Yongchang. He took the letter in his hand, opened it, looked at it carefully from beginning to end, and asked, "Shiguan, where is the person who sent the letter?" Shiguan said, "I've already gone. Because he has something important to do. So I went immediately." The member of staff cursed, "You bastard. These little things will make you want to spend money." But he knew that this letter from Hangzhou was brought by him to meet in person. He asked for money for drinks. He was really farting there. Shiguan said, "The one who delivers the message. He's a confidant." Yuan Wei said, "He is the beloved disciple of the senior Yuan Wei in Hangzhou, and his name is Su Xinguan. Because I was framed by a monster by mistake and was convicted of becoming a disciple, I came here to deliver a letter and came to seek refuge with me. What do you want for the drink money?" Shiguan argued forcefully, "The member of the Communist Party of China is indeed very discerning." He took a look at what was said in the letter. "You got it all. I don't want the money for the drink, I just want to test your talent and knowledge, and you won't understand it in the end." The member said, "That's nonsense. Don't pretend to be clear about it. Let me ask you, is he a young junior?" Shiguan nodded in agreement. The member said again, "I expected him to be in a state of utter disarray, and it was too ugly to come in like this. You first go to my study, take my old clothes, towels, shoes and socks, lead him to a dark place and change them, then invite him in so that I can come out to meet him." Shiguan agreed to go out and follow the officer's instructions. After taking the clothes, towels, socks and shoes, he led Su Xian to the side concierge and asked him to change them from top to bottom. "It's just that the clothes are too wide and don't fit my figure, so I have to make do with them." Officials came in to announce the joy, and officials went out to greet them. First, he called out, "Old wise nephew." Su Xian had already reached the center of the court. He hurriedly took a step forward and said, "I don't dare. If you dare to trouble your uncle to lower your rank to greet me, why don't you kill your nephew?" The officer said, "What are you talking about, my nephew? Please sit down inside." He held Su Xian's arm. Hands, same as in the hall. Su Xian bowed and said, "Uncle, here I am, my nephew." The member of staff also returned the favor. After the ceremony, the guest sat down. After the happy official presented him with tea, Su Xiandao said, "Uncle, I always appreciate blessings." The outsider said, "Thank you for your kindness. It's been a long time since I last saw my nephew. We haven't seen each other for many years, and we have grown up like this. In the past, Your Honor and I were like each other. Intimacy. Don't want to die for many years." Fortunately, there are descendants left to pick up cigarettes, and there is hope for Gao Yang. Su Xiandao, this is Uncle Duomeng who promoted me, thanked him for his kindness, and educated him. The member said, "It is entrusted to the world to make friends, and the branch should be divided. This is the old and wise nephew and the handsome young man, so it is like this. I also want to ask my nephew about this matter." The letter has clearly stated it in detail, but I think my wise nephew is young and mature, and he is a man who is not messy about sex. How could he be fooled by this? Su Xian then recounted the whole story in detail, and then said, "It's like doing things in a dream. Although I wake up now, I have insulted my family's reputation and made me irredeemable. I rely on my uncle for advice in everything, and my nephew will never forget his kindness in memory of his parents." The member said, "Old wise nephew, please be at ease. Everyone is responsible for everything. Don't say that there is trust in the family, but there is no letter. Now that my nephew has come to Suzhou, it is reasonable to try his best to help him. Get bail in the post. I will send someone to go. Now I have my nephew to help me in my shop. When your 2-year sentence is over, I will send you back to your hometown." Su Xian thanked him endlessly. The officer asked Ah Shi to buy some snacks, and by the way, he ordered a table of dishes worth $1 to $2 or $6 at the Xinglong restaurant at the entrance of the alley, and asked him to deliver them after a while. Shi Guan agreed to leave, but his problems could not be corrected, and the money in his hands had to be deducted and reused. I went back and ordered wontons. The shopkeeper recognized him as someone from the medicine shop and let him take it. Before the happy official left, he said, "I will send the copper coins, don't come to collect them." That's the end of the warning. I just took the soup stove, returned to the row, and placed it on the table. He took 4 more plates, put them on the 4 corners, stewed half a caddy of medicinal herbs, and invited Xianggong Su and other officials to have some snacks. Yuan Wei and Su Xian came over and sat down. The happy official was pouring wine beside him. The two of them talked about their daily lives. In the middle of the meal, the official ordered the wedding official, "Go to the account room, write a letter of guarantee for me, take my name card, prepare 4 color gifts, exchange enough 8 taels of silver, take the worship box, select the gifts, and arrive. In Gusuizhong, I must meet the master and tell him. Because there is a relative of mine, Su Xian, who is asking about his sins. I have taken him in the shop, and now I have taken care of him, and I have prepared a few formalities to show my respect. If you look at the moon at the end of the lunar month, ask someone to take your place. You can pick out Mr. Zu's clothes and belongings. Thank you for your gratitude, please come and thank me in the future." The happy official is ordered. He immediately walked into the accounting room, prepared himself properly, and still stood in front of him. The official said, "The gifts are ready, you can go." "What are you doing here?" Shiguan said, "I want to wait for you to finish eating," and took $56 to return the soup stove. "It's not too late to go then." The officer knew what was wrong with him and ordered him to go quickly, but Shiguan had no choice but to agree and go. He quickly took the silver worship box, picked 4 colored gifts on his shoulders, walked out of the store, and went to the post to apply for insurance. Don't bother with details. Besides, when Su Xian saw that the wedding official had left, he was still a little confused. Because he asked, "My uncle has taken so much trouble, and he is deeply virtuous." However, he did not go to the post to obtain the guarantee letter. He only took a name card of my uncle. Can the post officer guarantee? The officer smiled and said, "Don't worry, my dear nephew, this matter it's all right. The post officer and I have a good relationship and often come to my place to have lunch. This is not the boast of my uncle, even the miners in the city come to get close to me. Su Xiandao, that's it. This shows that my uncle is famous." After chatting for a while, after using the snacks, a child cleaned them up. I saw the waiter in the snack shop and came to collect the soup stove. Only $35. When the member outside heard about it, he cursed, "Ah, this bastard, no wonder he wants to send it by himself. It turns out he wants to take my money." He turned around and called out, "Old wise nephew, you and I will go to the accounting room outside." So the two of them moved outside and entered the counting room. Salute one by one with all the friends. The officer introduced him in the middle. "This is my brother's beloved disciple. He was sent here just because he was wronged. His surname is Su Mingxian, his surname is Chinese, and he has always worked in my brother's office. I received a letter today and asked him to stay here. I am the assistant in the store, and I hope you will take care of me. Teach everything." Everyone said, "How dare you? How dare you? If you receive orders from outsiders, you should learn from them." The member of staff pointed to the two groups and said, "This is Mr. Chiu, and that is Mr. Zhou. My nephew, you may wish to ask for advice." Su Xian bowed twice again, and the two groups also cupped their hands and said, "It turns out to be Brother Hanwen from Hangzhou. Long-time admiration." Su Xian said continuously, "I'm scared." The member said, "My good nephew stopped in the shop and had a glass of water and wine to express our respect." Su Xian said, "Thank you, uncle, don't worry about it." The member said, "This is nothing. If your betting comes, just rest upstairs in the shop. I'll go inside now. There are some small things, please stop and come back to me." After that, Wang Yongchang turned around and went in. Not long after, Shiguan came back from the post, dripping with sweat from running around. He went inside to meet the member and presented a reply letter and a thank you note. After reading it, the member asked, "What can the post officer say?" Shiguan said, He said that since Su Xian was his personal guarantee, there was no harm in taking him. There are 2 letters for development money. Xiangong Su didn't have much luggage, only a quilt, a few old clothes, and the rest were pawned. Got them back together. The officer asked him to be sent upstairs to the store. Shi Guan listened to the order. But he was still looking around and asked, "What are you looking for?" "The soup stove has been taken away." Shi Guan said, "The copper coins must not have been taken away yet." The foreign member said, "They have also been taken away." "I see you are such a bastard. Whatever it is, once it's in your hands, you'll definitely lose a few bucks. Now if he wants 35, you want 56. If this happens again in the future, I have no choice but to get the hell out of you." Shi Guan argued forcefully, "I think there must be a huge sale in the new store right now, so it's so cheap." The member said, "Don't fart here, go and fix the meal. Please stop and ask Mr. Su to come in." The happy official agreed to quit. That night, the officials had a grand banquet to welcome the wind, and they were very entertained. They also promised 50 taels of gold every year and clothes for the 4 seasons. Su Xian thanked him repeatedly and couldn't thank him enough. From then on, he devoted himself to his career, working hard and patiently. Bitter. Business is more developed than before. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. The other members respected him very much, but Xiao and Tuesday were the only ones who were jealous and often watched him. Su Xian didn't take it to heart and worked hard as usual during the day, but at night, he often missed his wife. Because he was obsessed with the word obsessed and could no longer put it aside. Thinking of his wife's love for her, the couple was torn apart. I wonder where he is now and when will he be able to reunite. Tears flowed down my face when I thought about the sadness. At first I just cried on the pillow. Later, I couldn't help but burst into tears, which made it difficult to sleep peacefully every night. That day Wang Yongchang carried a lantern and looked after it, and suddenly he heard a faint sound of sorrow from the upper floor of the shop. Secretly thinking about midnight, who is crying there? He then lifted up his clothes and walked upstairs, his steps gentle. At a glance, he saw Su Xian sitting on the edge of the bed, his eyebrows furrowed and his mouth full of joy and sorrow. Although he didn't hear it clearly, Yongchang had guessed it. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "My dear nephew, why are you so sad?" Seeing that it was Yongchang, Su Xian was stunned for a moment. He quickly wiped away his tears and replied, "My nephew had something on his mind, and he remembered it by chance, so he asked his uncle." Yongchang said, "I heard you cry for your wife, not for your parents. Aren't you afraid of monsters?" What a joke. But I don't blame you either. It's common for a human being to reach this age. There is always the thought of getting a wife, but you have to know the way forward. This monster wants to do so much to him. If you are only greedy for the present pleasure, there will always be days when you will harm each other. Why do you want to have a small family? All you have to do is be your uncle's decision, and if you find a suitable person, you can marry him, and we also have empty houses in our business. pack up 2 rooms to live in. As long as you are serious about business, I have spent 300 and 500 silver, which is normal. After serving your 2-year sentence, you will either be sent home or naturalized in Suzhou, and you will be able to move around freely. Su Xiandao, thank you uncle for your kindness. Yongchang paused for a moment and then said, I see that you have been restless these past few days, so I will ask you to go to the city tomorrow to do some small things and to relieve your boredom. I'm going to sleep now, and you should sleep too. After Su Xian sent him downstairs, he went to bed and slept peacefully. When it comes to coming to court, whether he will go to the city and meet his wife in the room will be discussed next time. Chapter 9, Rejuvenation. But he said that Wang Yongchang heard Xian Guan crying in the building last night and knew that he missed his wife's room and was obsessed with it. He wanted to ask him to go out to distract himself, so he ordered Shi Guan to invite Su Xian in. Su Xian walked into the inner accounting room, saw Yongchang and asked, What's your advice, uncle? Yongchang said, Old nephew, please take a seat. Because you have been worried these past 2 days, I have no interest in sitting here. Why don't you go out to collect debts for me and relieve your boredom at the same time? Besides, you have never gone out to hang out since you arrived in Suzhou. Take this opportunity now, you enter the Chang Gate and turn right. I asked about the Shiyuantang medicinal material store under Huanglifang Bridge. I have a ticket. You can ask for 50 taels of ginseng silver on my behalf. Go straight out and face east, which is the Qingwang Temple, which is not very lively. Looking east again, there is the Xuanmiao Temple, where you can watch traditional Chinese medicine, divination and astrology, and all 3 religions and 9 streams. You can play it once. There are 200 coins here. You can take them with you, and you can also get some snacks. Su Xiandao, thank you for your uncle's kindness. Yongchang asked Shiguan to bring Su Xian the new haiqing made by the tailor the day before yesterday, and then said, As long as you are serious about your business. I have clothes for all seasons. Su Xian put on his new clothes. They were neither too long nor too short. They really fit him. He thanked him repeatedly, got up and left to say goodbye. He walked to the shop and said to Qiu and Zhou, Young master, please stay with me for a while. I'll go get some. The account will be returned soon. The second gang said. But is it a debt owed by Shiyuantang? Su Xian nodded in agreement. So he went all the way to the neighborhood and asked questions along the way. After entering Changmen, following Yongchang's words, he turned around and saw many shops on both sides, and asked about Huanglifang Bridge. When he looked up, he saw Shiyuantang. Drugstore. There is a signboard with gold letters. He walked up the street and stood in front of the counter and asked. The shopkeeper said, the ginseng from Dashingtang was just taken out of Nanhao noodles and handed over. Su Xian had to turn around and exit. I wanted to visit Xuanmiao Temple, but I sighed and thought, what's my mood? It's better to go back early. I made up my mind and walked on the original road. As I walked to the entrance of Zhuanzhu Lane, Shaoqing happened to be waiting there. When I saw Su Xianguan, I secretly praised the Empress for her profound virtues. It was true. I hurriedly walked. The immortal officer stepped forward and grabbed his clothes. He was surprised and said, "What's it like to not let go?" Shaoqing said, "Mister, if the girl doesn't let go, she will always go with her." At this time, a lot of people gathered to watch. Those who didn't know Shaoqing were standing nearby and making nonsense. They had already alerted the neighbors and came to ask. Shaoqing said, "He is the official Su of my family." The neighbor said, "It turns out to be brother Su Hanwen. The queen has already entrusted us with this. It is very common for a couple to be naughty. There is a saying that, swearing on the bow of the boat, and answering on the stern, why do you have to be like this? When you go out, it's been a while and there's no news. Please listen to our advice. Let's go back home together." Su Xian hurriedly replied, "Hey! You don't know the details, but my wife is not a human being." The neighbors advised again, "These are just angry words, there is no need to say them. Once the couple meets, they will understand. Let's go together quickly." Poor Su Xian can't tell that his wife is a monster. I was pushed and pulled by them until I reached the door. Shaoqing said, "This is it, sir, please come in." Everyone also agreed, saying that Mr. Su should go in. Su Xian saw that it had a high door and wall, which was very impressive. It was different from the neighboring houses, so it was probably an ancestral hall. He turned around and asked, "Please tell me, is this an ancestral hall?" The crowd said, "This is Mr. Wang's residence, your mother-in-law's home. As for the ancestral hall, please go in quickly." Shaoqing took Xianguan by the hand and went to the hall together. Most of the neighbors in the back had dispersed, and there were still 2 freeloaders. After following in, Shaoqing asked them to sit down, then walked inside with the immortal official, shouting, "Mother, my husband is back." The Empress is now dressed in a fashionable style, and she looks more and more charming. As soon as I heard that my husband was back, I jumped out like a beautiful butterfly. Called official. Tears dropped like broken pearls, and he sobbed, "I miss the official day and night in my boudoir. I'm sure you also miss your wife." Su Xiandao, "This is natural." Shaoqing reported from the side that there was someone outside. The 2 neighbors were sitting. The Empress calculated in her sleeves and realized that these 2 were villains. He told Shaoqing, "Take 2 taels of silver, divide it into 2 bags, and follow me out." Then he said to Su Xian, "Officials, please sit down. They will come in after I send them out." After that, he moved his lotus steps lightly, walked to the front of the hall. I just laugh at these 2 neighbors, thinking that if they have done something small now, they will treat us to snacks. So I pretended to behave and sat in the hall to wait. At this moment, seeing the Empress walking out, she quickly stood up and called out. The Empress said, "Today, with the help of you 2, I persuaded my husband to go home, so I should prepare wine to treat him. Unfortunately, there are no people at home, and we don't even have snacks. I am really being treated so slowly. At this point, when Shaoqing came, the Empress took 2 red paper packets from his hands and said, "Please accept these small gifts, don't think they are too minor." The 2 neighbors were overjoyed and pretended not to accept them, so they pushed them away slightly. Pushed, took it over, thanked each other, said goodbye and left. Shaoqing sent out and closed the door. Then he followed the Empress into the inner hall and prepared tea. The Empress asked Su Xiandong what happened after farewell. Su Xian then described the pains he experienced one by one in detail. Tears fell down his face until he was asked to beg in the street in Luoyi. After a brief pause, he added, "Fortunately, the king gave me a letter of recommendation to meet my second uncle Nanhao, so he bailed me out of the post and helped him become his partner. I didn't expect that I would go to the city today to collect my debt, and I happened to meet Shaoqing at the entrance of Zhuanzhu Lane." The Empress said, "If you say so, I've really hurt you." Su Xian also asked the Empress how she was doing after farewell. The Empress said, "After I got married to you, I gave you silver as a gift. It was originally a good intention, but it turned out to be an injustice to you. Su Xiandao, this ingot is a Chinese currency in the treasury, which makes it difficult for me to explain." The Empress said, "There is a reason. It was just because my father led the troops to conquer the barbarians in the past." The grain delivery officer was Zhou Shangda. He was 3 days late and should have been beheaded. At that time, the soldiers begged for mercy and spared him the death penalty and gave him 40 blows with a military stick. He was now the magistrate of Qiantang County, so he held a grudge and regarded the salary as treasury silver to avenge his personal grudges. Fortunately, my wife used the magical method of Lishan. Jump out of his snare. Later, I found out that you were sent to Suzhou, which made your slaves cry day and night. Unexpectedly, misfortunes never come singly, and my family members died one after another, leaving me alone and helpless. Thanks to a letter from my uncle, he sent someone to pick me up and live here. This place is the residence of my mother-in-law, Prince Shizhang. Now he is in Beijing, and my cousin has also gone to Xiangfu County, so I have been asked to take care of this empty house here. This morning my heart suddenly moved, so I calculated the yin and yang and knew that we would meet again in the afternoon. Therefore, Qing'er was specially ordered to wait at the entrance of the alley. Su Xian listened to the lady's lies, and everything she said was reasonable and not evil at all. Moreover, Zhuanzhu Lane is a place where people gather, and it is definitely not a change in the ancestral hall. It can be seen that others cannot believe what they say. It turns out that he has, the word miasma is in my heart. How can we realize enlightenment? At this time, Shaoqing gave him some tea and some snacks. The Empress said, "Your Majesty, please go and take a look at the houses here." She held Su Xian's hand and went outside first. She saw a double-bay facade, tall and facing the sun, and said that the market here was lively. I can open my own store in the future. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Shrinking inside, you can see that the library door is made of square bricks. There are 3 large living rooms in the middle, and a study room on the side. There are long windows in the balcony, with gold-painted railings on the outside, and natural tables facing out. 2 screens. There is a Tianguan axis on the top, with large character couplets on both sides. The first couplet is, "If you want to bring peace to the world, you must bow and horse," and the second couplet is, "To secure the country, we must rely on articles." The writing style is very vigorous. There are vines lined up near the window, and 6 red sandalwood chairs and 4 square coffee tables are arranged inside. Push through the chalk screen. It is a small building with 3 rooms, and there are scattered cabins such as warehouses in the back. Now the 2 walked into the kitchen and saw a lot of winned fish, ham and other things hanging on the corridor. Everything used in the interior was complete. A 5-burner stove, kept very clean. Su Xian raised his eyes and took a look. Suddenly he asked, "Madam, why don't you offer sacrifices to the kitchen lord?" This question clearly aroused suspicion. How can such a wealthy family say that there is no kitchen lord? Could it be that the ancestral hall has changed again? When the Empress heard his question, she blamed herself for her lack of discipline and exposed her flaws, and her face turned red. Quickly gaining wisdom, he replied, "There is a reason for this. In the past, my maternal grandfather was a civil servant, so he didn't offer food to the kitchen lord. He didn't even have one outside the family hall." Su Xiandao, that's it. The Empress didn't wait for him to continue, then said, "Let's go outside." So he held Su Xian's hand and walked outward. Don't worry about seeing any more flaws. When the 2 of them arrived downstairs, the Empress pointed with her hand and said, "This room is the inner sitting room, and the 3 bedrooms upstairs are the slaves' bedrooms." Su Xiandao, since the upstairs is the mistress's bedroom, I have to go up and have a look. The Empress said, "The escalator is in the west wing." Saying that, holding hands side by side, they went up the escalator. The room in front is Xiaoqing's room. After walking through the central room and pushing open the door to the east room, a burst of orchid and musk scent penetrated Su Xian's nostrils, which made him feel intoxicated. Su Xian stepped into the room and saw that the bed was a bed, the tent was a tent, the cupboard was a cupboard, and the box was a box. The arrangement is very neat. Everything is gorgeous and colorful, and there are all kinds of burial utensils on the dressing table. After the 2 of them sat down, Xiaoqing brought in some fragrant tea. After the tea was over, he collected the cups and left. At this time, Su Xian faced the beauty of his wife, who was dressed extremely delicately. The matter of searching for stolen goods in the ancestral hall had long been forgotten. While talking, he became lustful and flirted with her, hoping for a moment of pleasure, but was politely rejected by the Empress. Said, "You and I are an upright couple, not as good as a man nor woman who have an affair in private. If a girl comes in and meets you, what does it look like? These few words made Su Xian's desire disappear, and he thought to himself, he is such a serious person, he can be called a virtuous wife. If someone says that my wife is a monster again, I will fight him to the death. If it's a monster, is there any reason why it doesn't like lust? Think so. All doubts and fears in my heart are relieved. After chatting for a while, he stood up and said goodbye. The Empress said, "Young master, please come back early. My wife will prepare the thin dishes and wait here for the reception." Su Xian agreed repeatedly, and then said, "Why should you send me away at home? Besides, I'll be back tonight." The Empress asked Shaoqing to escort her husband out and close the door, but she went to the stairs and followed him. She watched Su Xian and Shaoqing go down and then returned to the room. There was no need to make a detailed appearance. Shan said that Su Xian walked out of the gate and returned to Nanhao Street. "Go into the row and see your uncle." Wang Yongchang saw that his face was full of joy and smiling, and he first asked, "My nephew went out to play today, and he must be very happy. How lively are the Qinghuang Temple and Xuanmiao Temple?" Su Xiandao, "I have never been there. They said they had already sent the money from Shiyuantang," Yongchang said. "Sure enough, it has been delivered. You are such an honest person. I asked you to go out for a walk today, but you didn't go play. How about I go with you for a few days? You are here just in time. There is a guest named Xiao, who is originally from Shaanxi. He was with your father in the past. We are very friendly. He has not been here for more than 10 years. Now that he is in Hangzhou, he heard that your father passed away a long time ago and that you later came to Suzhou, so he brought the goods here. I quickly prepared wine to catch the wind. But he was very stubborn. He must meet his nephew before he would sit down and drink. Now you are here. Very good. Come with me quickly to meet my guests." Immediately stood up and pulled Su Xian in. I wonder what Su Xian said when he met guest Jiao. Whether he will go home tonight, we will see what happens next time. The 10th guest stopped. But he said that this Shaanxi old guest Jiao was sitting in the inner hall waiting. Seeing the same young man as Wang Yongchang walking in, he introduced him and knew that a descendant of the Su family was here, so he was very happy. Su Xian came forward to pay homage. The Jiao spoke with a Shaanxi accent and said, "Oh, you're scared. My son, I'm going to die." After hearing this, Su Xian was so angry that he fainted. "When we met just now, we just wanted to take advantage of you. It makes no sense to call me son. I'll be patient for the time being," and bowed down deeply. Jiao said, "That's all, just practice common courtesy." Su Xian said, "Old man, please sit down." So the three of them sat down. The happy official gave him fragrant tea again, and Jiao said, I are old friends. I haven't been to Hangzhou for more than 10 years. How did you know that your father passed away long ago and can't see me anymore? Fortunately, there are descendants who can pass it down, which makes me feel a little relieved. The medicinal materials we have brought for today are not sold in Hangzhou. I would rather sell them in your trade. Su Xian couldn't help but thank him. Jiao Ke said again, look at him, he has such a handsome face. Su Men is really lucky. The official Shiguan on the side smiled slightly and said in a low voice, guess Jiao has taken a liking to Mr. Su. Su Guan's face turned red and he was ashamed. He was unhappy in his heart, so he had no choice but to endure it. After a while, the dishes were prepared in the kitchen. It was getting late, and the lamps were lit. Place the banquet on the 8 immortals table in the middle and invite everyone to take a seat. Naturally, guest Jiao sat in the middle, while Yuan Wei and Su Xian sat opposite each other. After toasting one after another, Jiao Ke had a smile on his face and drank more than a dozen glasses in a row until the glass was dry. Shiguan was busy serving dishes when he saw Su Xian's hand. Being pinched by Jiao Ke, he couldn't help but praise it. The immortal official could not escape at this time, feeling ashamed and resentful. Hearing that the drums were already playing upstairs during the watch, I was so saddened by my wife's instructions. Unexpectedly, Jiao Ke had some good intentions, and when he was half drunk, he said very affectionately, Shao Su, my son. Your father and I are close friends. As long as you have ambition, I will start a business, inherit my father's business, and discipline you to glorify our ancestors. These few words didn't matter at all, but he suddenly asked, where is your bedroom? Su Xiandao, I live above the store. Jiao Ke said, that's good. Our bedding has also been distributed upstairs in the shop, so you and I can hang out in the morning and evening. His intention was to try out Shao Su's talents. But when Su Xian heard this, he misunderstood that he had ulterior motives. He was so angry that he stood up and shouted, old man, Wanxing has drank too much and has to resign. Jiao Ke also wanted to get him to drink, but Su Xian couldn't bear it and walked away. When I came to the accounting room, I let out a long sigh and shed 2 lines of tears. Thinking of Jiao Ke's words, you call me your son again, and you tease and bully me like this, how can I be a good person? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In fact, Jiao Laok from Shaanxi province has a straightforward personality and speaks friendly and affectionate words. However, his local accent caused 2 misunderstandings, which turned good things into bad. This shows that we Chinese have a problem with language barriers. Don't say that Su Xian has never met people from far away. Even Wang Yongchang could not help but misunderstood. He felt that Jiao Ke seemed too rude and I had to go and comfort him. So he stood up and said, old guest, please sit down and wait until I call him. After saying that, he immediately rushed to the accounting room. Seeing that Su Xian was angry, he quickly comforted him, old wise nephew, don't be angry. Just send him off tomorrow and don't sell goods for him. Su Xiandao, it's okay, but my nephew told Uncle Ming that he has to go back tonight. When Yongchang heard that he was going back, he was angry and said, you want to go back there? Even if you can go back, it's already late at night. Where are you going? Su Xiandao, no, it's in Suzhou. My wife has come from Hangzhou. Yongchang said, according to the foreign letters from senior officials, he is a monster. Su Xiandao, it's not a monster. Now there are big houses in Zhuanzhu Lane. Wang Shizhang is the mother-in-law of the wife. She ordered someone to take him to live with her. Is he a monster? Please don't worry, uncle, let me go back and I'll be at the store early tomorrow morning. Yongchang said, I also know Wang Shizhang. I passed the score with him in the early years. In this case, you might as well go back, but be careful. If you fall into the trap again, it will be difficult for me, my uncle, to save you. Then he told the wedding official, light the lamp and send Mr. Su back to his home. If the city gate is closed, it will be opened just by calling. The happy official agreed, then put up a lantern to send it off, and went all the way home. Here Wang Yongchang still went to entertain Zhao's guests, so there is no need to elaborate. Besides, the Empress and Shaoqing were chatting in the room. They felt that it was already late, so why didn't the husband come back? The Empress rolled her fingers and realized that she was blocked by distant guests, drinking and accompanying her, and it was difficult to escape. When I stop and return home, I'm afraid the city gate will be closed. You can go for me. When your master enters the city, he will wait at the head of the wall gate. Shaoqing was ordered to fly to the city gate. There were 5 soldiers in charge of the city gate. Listening to the 2 drums of heaven, 2 soldiers got up to close the city gate, and 1 person pushed 1 door. It has always been like this. But tonight it's causing trouble and can't be shut down anymore. Despite all your efforts, you still don't move an inch. He hurriedly called 5 people together and pushed hard together. Everyone was sweating profusely, but it didn't help. They all said that they would close the door tonight unless they invited Li Zuanxiao and those 28 arhats, immortals. They just said the word. But by chance, Su Xian had already arrived, and said to Shiguan, fortunately, the city gate is not closed. Please give me this lamp. I have entered the city. You go back to your journey. Shiguan said, then I will go. Sir, please come back to the store early tomorrow morning. Su Xian walked into the city gate without answering. Just as the 5 doormen were working together, there was a loud sound, and the 2 doors suddenly turned and they fell to the ground. He even said, it's strange, why did the city gate move when this person entered the city? Could it be that the person coming in was an immortal from the Han dynasty? Su Xian also misheard and thought his name was being called. He responded smoothly, how dare you? That's right, Shaoku. I've offended you, so I won't stay with you. Those soldiers who lacked intelligence only thought that he was really an immortal, so they closed the door and went to sleep. It's just that Su Xian turned into Zhuanzhu Alley and knocked gently in front of the door. Shaoqing was waiting by the door and opened it. He deliberately asked, why did your husband come back just now? Your Majesty has been waiting anxiously. She is resenting you and saying that you are a heartless person. Su Xian was anxious, and hurriedly handed the lantern to Xiaoqing, and went in first. I stood downstairs in the hall and heard faint cries from upstairs. He walked lightly and climbed the stairs. He listened carefully and found that he really resented him. He said that he was too cruel and treated his slaves as monsters. If I don't come back tonight, I will go to Nanhao tomorrow and fight for my life with him. When Su Xian heard this, he secretly shouted, "Danger!" He hurriedly pushed the door open, pretended to smile, and stepped forward and said, "Madam, please don't get so angry. I've been here for a long time, but I didn't dare to disturb you because I was afraid that Madam would be in a rage." At this time, the Madam had already stood up. He stood up, wiped away his tears, and said, "What you say behind your back as a wife?" Officials should not be offended. Women are accustomed to crying, so I hope the officials will forgive me for this first time. Su Xiandao, Madam, you are serious. It's really a mistake that I came late, no wonder the lady is angry. I also wanted to go back early, but I was surrounded by guests and couldn't get away, which can be said to be helpless. The Queen said, "Sir, please take a seat. There is no need to mention this." Su Xian was about to ask his wife if she had eaten for the night. When she saw Xiaoqing bringing tea into the room, he asked, "Have you eaten?" The Empress said, "We are preparing wine and food, and we will wait for the officials to come back and eat together." Su Xian said hurriedly, "Don't you want to starve your body?" Xiaoqing, go and serve it quickly. With a word of instruction, after a while, the wine and food arrived, and the table was filled. It was very different from the dishes that were eaten when they were married before. The color was exquisite and everything was good. The couple sat down at the table and sat down opposite each other. The Empress held a pot and poured wine. Su Xian drank 2 cups in a row, and then said, "My wife and I are husband and wife, and we only need daily meals, so there is no need for such a grand feast, it would be too expensive." The Empress said, "It's not a waste of time as a wife, it's just that we broke up after one night of marriage that day, so tonight, we treat it as a second small incest. Look at the top of the dressing table. Aren't they just lighting candles?" Su Xian knew the lady's intention and nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, wine makes people happy. He also felt that the vegetables that went with the wine were very delicious, so he ate several cups in a row. Xiaoqing was really busy serving the dishes and adding wine. After the second watch, Fang ordered Xiaoqing to collect the remaining food. He also brought facial water and fragrant tea. After that, Xiaoqing went out of the room and closed the door behind her. The couple sat and talked for a while before going to bed to sleep peacefully. There was no need to talk in detail. If you sing it in Tansy, you will be able to describe it vividly. In fact, it is common for couples to sleep together. That one doesn't know. Talk less. It is only said that this time is the second reunion in Zhuangzixiang. The night has passed and the morning has come again. Su Xian still went back to the shop to do errands. From then on, he went out and returned home at night, still doing business very obsessively, and Wang Yongchang had nothing to say. But the Empress thought in her heart, I came here to repay my kindness. He worked as a waiter for others, but it is not the end. I need to let him show off his talents and do a glorious career before he can satisfy my heart. But Wang Yongchang is so kind. Wait, friendship is hard to break up. How can we break up for a while? There must be a clever trick to alienate them. After thinking about it for a long time, he secretly said, yes, we just need to use a estrangement strategy to discipline him and let the guest and host separate. The Empress made up her mind, and then gradually started to perform. To know this method, I will briefly describe it in my book. Naturally, I understood. Su Xian originally left early and came back late, but now he was asked to leave late and come back early. If he got up early that day and said he wanted to go to the store, the Empress wanted to leave some money, saying that the wife had some small things to entrust, so she wrote a detailed account, including fish, meat, firewood, rice, oil, salt, tea, charcoal, etc., and handed it to Su Xian. He also said, I don't dare to bother my husband, because there are few people in the family, and the young girl is old. It would be indecent to send him out, so I'll ask the officials to deal with it. Bring some loose money with you. If it's valuable, yes, just ask him to deliver the goods and pay back the money. Upon hearing this, Su Xian knew full well that this was a trick. It's going to be late to get to the store. It's not good if you don't want to go. Thinking about it carefully, now I don't have to spend half a penny to become the head of the family. I'm afraid there will be no such benefits in the world. All the 7 things to do to open the door are my wife's money. I don't need to use it at all. I just need to do it for him. If I do it again, dodge. Where is the conscience? So after thinking about it, I had no choice but to comply, took the money, and paid according to the account. After finishing the work, I arrived at the store and it was almost lunchtime. The clerks in the store naturally talked a lot outside the staff. Yongchang didn't take it seriously and apologized. He is newly married, so he will inevitably have to arrange some things. It was normal for him to come late, and he didn't complain a word. Who knows that the Empress intends to use the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and something will happen to Chow Chow. Or ask him to cut silk or satin, or send him to watch clothes being cut. Sometimes he is asked to sit and watch his hair being combed. Sometimes I would treat him to snacks, cook them myself, and prepare some good vegetables for him to eat. According to this situation, it was only half a month old. At first, Yuan Wei didn't care about it, but then he gradually started to pay attention to it. In addition, Qiu and Zhou Zhou were talking coldly to each other, saying, since the member of staff loves him, there is no need to go to the store and he can just eat and drink at home. These few words made the officials angry. Qiu and Zhou also said that Su Xian had found another business and was practicing at Yongzhu Hall at the entrance of the alley. He earned 240 taels of gold every year. So he deliberately came late and came early. Return. As long as you refuse, he will take advantage of the situation and enter the new store. The two men fanned the little fan several times, and suddenly there was smoke in the furnace. They became very angry and cursed, "You ungrateful little beast." Then they ordered the shiguan, "If the shiguan is late tomorrow, you can call him. Come in. I want to ask him something. What is the origin of his heart? It really makes me angry to death." Here Wang Yongchang was angered by the two gangs. I wonder if Su Xian arrived at the store early in the Ming dynasty. Let's see the details in the next chapter. Chapter 11. Resigning from the gang, but Su Xian knew that it was too late to arrive at the store in the past few days. I feel embarrassed too. So I had to get up early in the morning, but I was given a lift by the Empress before I could get dressed and get out of bed. The red sun had already shone on the screen window. Shao Qing brought him face water and fragrant tea. After the Empress washed him, she saw Shao Qing giving him snacks. Su Xian wanted to leave without eating, but the Empress said, "It's still early. I want to embroider a colorful Hunan skirt today, and I asked you to buy some floral thread." As he said this, he handed a thread account and 2 taels of silver into his hand. Su Xian couldn't refuse. He thought it would be easy to buy the thread and he could come back as soon as he went, so he had to eat some snacks. Just take the money from the line account. Unexpectedly, choosing the color of the flower thread according to the account is the most troublesome. It may be dark or light, returned or replaced, and it goes back and forth several times until after dinner, it is ready. The Empress wanted to ask him to eat, but Su Xian shook his head and hurried out of the city to the store, enduring the hunger in his belly. His face was ashamed. He was laughed at a few times by Qiu and Zhou Zhou, and he secretly complained that his wife was in trouble, but there was nothing she could do about it. I saw Shiguan come out and call out, "Su Xianggong, the officials are asking you to come in." Su Xian agreed, knowing full well that his uncle would complain, so he walked in lazily. The happy official shouted, "Mr. Su is here." Yongchang took advantage of the topic and cursed, "What a bastard. Now that Mr. Su is here, why don't you go and bring out the whole night's dinner earlier? Dear nephew, please take a seat." Su Xian hurriedly asked, "What's your advice when calling my nephew?" Yongchang sneered and said, "Calling is a word. I dare not take it seriously. I'm afraid I won't be able to invite you in the future." Su Xiandao, I wonder where my uncle's words came from. Yongchang said, "Being a clerk means you have the appearance of a clerk. Why are you so wishful thinking?" Su Xiandao, it turns out that my nephew arrived late. Just because of family troubles, out of helplessness. I hope my uncle will forgive me. Yongchang said, "Why don't I forgive you, but about housework, which one doesn't? It is nothing more than opening 7 doors, replenishing clothes, purchasing utensils, etc. After it is done, it needs to be done every few days, not every day. even if you buy some fresh vegetables every day. You only need to do it in the morning and you can go to the store. You see, the sun is already setting in the west at this moment. Does this make sense? Su Xian repeatedly admitted that he was wrong. But Yongchang was angry for a moment and said again, "Humph. Don't you know this in front of me? Your late arrival is obviously intentional. As long as I get angry, I will put you on leave. You can enter the new store." Su Xiandao, there is no such thing. How dare my nephew? Uncle, don't listen to anyone else's words. Yongchang said, if you want others to know, you have to do nothing except yourself. Why do you want to hide it from me? But I think here, there is no need for this method, as long as you tell me honestly. As much money as others are willing to pay for repairs, I can do the same. If you change to a new store and someone dares to use you, even if they have iron-wrapped heads and copper-wrapped feet, you have to try my uncle's methods. Even he doesn't have the guts. Although I say this, I don't want you to be my buddy for the rest of your life. If you can open your own shop, I will never say a word. This is called walking high and flying high. If I still work as a waiter in another company, I will lose all my skin. Well, I call you my wise nephew, but you should also think about how you came and how you went. Don't go to Kingswogan. Forgot to beg for food. When Su Xian heard these two touching words, he felt ashamed and resentful. His face flushed red, tears streamed from his eyes, and he secretly complained. Yongchang also knew that he had made a mistake, so he quickly stopped talking. But luckily the official she brought in the meal said with a smile, "Su Xianggong, it's time for dinner." Yongchang took advantage of the situation and turned on Shiguan, cursing, "You bastard! You don't understand some rules. I am acquainted with Su Xianggong's grandfather, and besides, I am an apprentice outside the official, so I am the only one who can complain. What kind of person are you? You dare to talk nonsense. I have no need here. Get out of here with me." Shiguan said, "I just said it was time for dinner." Yongchang said, "You don't have to argue. Stop for a while and buy 2 crucian carps and a pound of meat. Cut the meat into balls and stuff them in the belly of the fish. Treat Mr. Su to dinner. At this moment, the old wise nephew will eat some first." Su Xian looked at the side dishes and saw that they were nothing more than 3 or 4 bowls of 100 juice soup. I secretly thought that Shiguan Go looked down on others and deliberately brought it out. Then he replied, "My nephew has already eaten and can't eat anymore." Yongchang said, "In that case, stop eating again. The uncle just now said it out of anger, so don't take it to heart. Just go to the store." Su Xian resigned and went out. When they walked into the store, Qiu and Zhou Zhou saw him with a sad face and tears in his eyes. They knew that he had been complained by outsiders and thought he had some tricks. Su Xian felt even more uneasy. Don't care about business. Just watching the sun set in the west, I finally waited until dusk, so I called the wedding official over, saying that he was not feeling well and wanted to go home and sleep early. Shiguan said, "Tonight, the officials asked me to serve up Crucian carp stuffed with meat. Invite Mr. Su to eat and return home." Su Xian said, "Thank you very much, my family, I really can't eat anymore. If you bring the light, I'm going back." Shiguan took out the lamp and told him to arrive at the store early tomorrow morning. Su Xian nodded, took the lamp in his hand, and hurriedly walked out of the store. He walked into the city and went home. Knock on the door randomly. As soon as Xiaoqing opened the door, she asked, "Why is my husband so early today?" Su Xian was full of resentment and had nothing to vent, so he said, "Hey, early is not good, late is not good. What time do you want me to come back?" Xiaoqing was angry when she heard this, and thought to herself, "If I don't look at your mother-in-law's face. If you offend my temper, I will swallow you in one gulp." Now I had no choice but to swallow my anger, close the door, and follow him inside. Seeing Su Xian lifting his clothes and going straight up the escalator, he kicked in the door with his toe and threw the lantern aside. The Empress hurriedly came over and blew it out. She watched him take off his clothes and scarves together. He sat on the edge of the bed, threw off his 2 shoes, rolled his body sideways, and already got under the quilt. When the Empress saw this scene, she felt a little panicked and hurriedly came over and asked, "It's just dusk now, so I must not have had a night meal. Do you want to eat something?" Su Xiandao said, "Who wants to eat this hard food? Now that I am about to die, how can I see anyone in this world?" After that, he turned over and fell asleep. The Empress knew that he was really angry, and it was no joke to be so angry. We had to comfort him. Then she said, "Officials shouldn't be like this." As he said this, he hurriedly took off his clothes and embroidered shoes. She leaned against him and massaged his chest with her hands. Then he said, "Don't be so angry. You went to the store very well today. Why are you like this when you go home? Can you say that you and your wife know each other?" Su Xian sighed and replied, "I only hate myself. Not well born. Unfortunately, his parents died when he was young. If I were still there today, wouldn't I be just a small store official? It's a pity that my family is so poor now that I only ask for needle and thread from other people's hands." The Empress said, "Did your second uncle blame you?" Su Xiandao, "Yes. My second uncle complained that I was too attached to my family and did not care about the store. It's fine if I arrive at the store too late every day. If I say I'm late on purpose and want to change to a new store, that's absolutely impossible." The Empress said, "In this case, can't I be his assistant for life?" Su Xiandao, "I can only open a shop by myself," but he didn't say anything. With these words, he clearly laughed at my inability to open my mouth. At the beginning, he came to beg for food, so he also said that as a human being, you must come and understand, and don't throw away the green bamboo pole and forget about begging. Do you think I can be a good person by ridiculing me like this?" The Empress consoled her, "Officials, please don't be sad. Do you know Wuzishu in ancient times? How shameful is it to play the flute and beg for food in the market? Now that the prince has allowed you to open your own shop, there is no other way. You can take this opportunity to resign at the shop tomorrow morning and prepare to open the shop when you come back. Su Xiandao, my lady is telling a joke again. It's a pity that I have so little money. How can I open a shop? I don't dare to have any delusions in this life. The Empress said, "This is serious business. Why dare you make fun of it? If we talk about opening a shop, as long as your second uncle comes and allows you to resign, then the capital to open the business will be your own responsibility as a wife. There are 3 empty rooms in front of my house, so I don't need to find another storefront, okay?" Su Xian heard this and laughed loudly and said, unexpectedly, "My wife has a generous dowry. You can win this breath for me. You are really my benefactor. I will go to the store tomorrow to resign and will not delay. I am just hungry. Hurry up and get your dinner." It turns out that Su Xian did not eat a grain of rice that day. It was only then that I felt hungry, and my body had already sat up. The Empress saw that he was childish, so she didn't laugh at him. The two got up again, put on their clothes, and got out of bed together. But Xiaoqing happened to walk in with tea and asked him to quickly bring the night meal upstairs. For a while, the couple sat facing each other and ate. "Let's eat some food and wine first." The Empress suddenly asked, "How much capital do you need to open a store now?" Su Xianda said, "You can open a store with 1,000 taels of silver. If you want to also add ginseng, you need additional capital." The Empress nodded and said, "This it's also easy. You might as well add ginseng to make the scene bigger." Su Xian thanked him repeatedly. After eating and sipping a cup of tea, it was already midnight and the two went to bed to sleep peacefully. Only Su Xian had nothing to worry about. He got up early in the morning, washed up, left his wife's room, left home in a hurry, walked out of Changmen, and walked into the main store of Dashingtang. Qiu and Zhou stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Hanwen, why is it so early?" Su Xiandao, "It's already late. When will we arrive at the store to tell you what you want?" They were so angry that they went inside. The two groups were insulted by him and complained to each other. There is no need to talk about him. It's just that when Wang Yongchang saw Su Xian walking in, he said first, "My wise nephew is here. Please sit down. Please sit down." At this rate, what else can I say? But you know that I complained about you yesterday, because I was afraid that everyone in the business would see it, so I said a few words, but it was just a cover-up, and my nephew would not be angry. Su Xiandao, uncle's golden and kind words are a very good lesson. How dare you get angry? My nephew has something to discuss with his uncle. Yongchang didn't wait for him to finish speaking, then said, "I understand. Now that my nephew has a family, the family must have a lot of money. I wonder if 10 taels of silver are enough? It doesn't matter if it's 20 taels." Su Xiandao, my nephew is not here to cultivate gold. I came here specifically to say goodbye. Yongchang said in surprise. You want to resign, but after complaining to you yesterday, are you going to enter a new store? Su Xiandao, if my nephew goes to another house to help others, he can just let his uncle handle him. Yongchang said, if you don't come to help me, why can't you just go home and eat? Su Xiandao. Since my nephew was assigned to Suzhou, he has been treated favorably in everything, so he should do his best. Unfortunately, the housework is complicated and I can't follow the rules. Yesterday I went home to discuss with my wife, but he had some personal savings and was willing to use them as capital with me. As long as the uncle allows it, it will be ready to open. Yongchang said. I see. It's really gratifying, old wise nephew, but please don't worry, I'll open my own shop and there will be no objections. But opening a store is not easy. First, you need to hire a clerk, purchase equipment and items, and then purchase the goods. You have only one person, how can you cook well? Su Xiandao. I still hope my uncle will give me advice on everything. If your career is prosperous, you should continue to repay your kindness. Yongchang said, your ancestor and I have a very close friendship, so it is reasonable for me to serve you. It's a pity that when you opened the store, I lost a helper. These two sentences are indeed what I mean. As I say them, I feel very sad in my heart. I secretly thought that since he trusted me completely, I might as well temporarily break my conscience and use some tricks to teach him to close the shop and still come to my shop to help him, so that I can do what I want. Then he said, old wise nephew, please invite the guys first, and two of them happen to be here. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li are both young and talented. Someone who is smart in business and honest can be recommended to you. You should also use a shopkeeper, Shiguan's brother, who lives in the country, and you can also ask him to come out. There is another thing that is too coincidental, the counter guy used in opening the store, copper and tin porcelain bottles, as well as guillotine, grinding, sifting and other items. Everything is available, but there are ready-made ones out there. Su Xian hurriedly asked where to buy it. Yongchang pretended to be sincere and folded his fingers before talking. I don't know what else to say, let's see the explanation next time. Chapter 12 Opening a store, but he said Su Xian asked where he was now after making money in the store. Wang Yongchang continued, old nephew, I don't know. This was last winter. There was a drugstore that owed me money, so I used all the money in the store to pay off the debt. If my nephew can use it, you might as well take it according to the account, isn't it ready-made? Su Xiandao, that's very good. I don't know how much silver it costs. Yongchang didn't want much from him, so he said, it's not much. I'm only allowed 120 taels of silver. However, the font size needs to be changed on the signboard, and the old one will not be used. I wonder what hall name you will use instead. Su Xiandao, according to my nephew's opinion, let's go to Xiangri's Baoha Hall. Yongchang nodded and agreed with him to resume his old business. He took out the original account from the account box and handed it to Su Xiandao. Bring this account first, and then you can collect it according to the account. When it comes to medicinal materials, just trade in my bank. I guarantee you will be extra honest. Yongchang nodded and agreed with him to resume his old business. He took out the original account from the account box and handed it to Su Xiandao. Bring this account first, and then you can collect it according to the account. When it comes to medicinal materials, just trade in my bank. I guarantee you will be extra honest. You should carefully select and match the quantity, and then send it to you one after another. No need for my nephew to worry about it. Su Xian was very grateful after hearing this. He said, I will send you 500 taels of silver tomorrow. Please keep it in your account and make a summary later. Yongchang said, silver is so important, it doesn't matter if you go slower. Su Xian saw that the matter was settled, so he said goodbye and went back, feeling proud and grateful for his uncle's kindness. Not only did he allow me to open the business, but he also relied on his strength to recommend the shop assistants and take care of everything for me. Therefore, I feel happy and just think that Wang Yongchang is a good person. Unexpectedly, he secretly acted cunningly and sent these moldy medicinal materials. Why didn't the two gangs tell the truth? Thinking of the kindness of the recommendation, I passed away vaguely. The waiter Lu who left the shop was suffering from bloating and could only eat but could not do anything. This is something to say later, let me briefly mention a few words first. Su Xian was still dreaming at this time. Zizizi came home and told his wife the details. The Empress is also happy. I didn't calculate the yin and yang, and I didn't expect him to secretly plot, so I took out 1,000 taels of silver at night, handed it to Su Xian for inspection, and went to bed to sleep peacefully. The night has passed, and the morning comes again. The prince sent all the things together, and the accounts were taken care of, and all kinds of medicinal materials were also collected according to the bills. Su Xian first handed over 500 flowers of silver, and settled the rest later. At this time, Zhang and Li's team had arrived, and they called the craftsmen to clean up the store, install the cabinet railings, and add paint to make it look bright and new. The copper and tin magnetic bottles are arranged properly, and the medicinal ingredients are evenly mixed, with short guillotines and long ones cut into pieces. Either roasting or grinding or sorting them into different categories will take several days. While he was busy, the waiter also came. Su Xian was surprised when he saw him, because his face was like a monkey, his hands and feet were small since birth, and his belly was as big as a bucket. The shape changed into an olive. It was clear that he had successfully recovered from the bloating disease, so how could he be recommended to start a business? Fortunately, I have an elixir recipe that is very effective. As long as the decoction is taken and a lot of bad water is purged, the disease can be eradicated. He then followed the same method. This is also the destiny of Shao Air. In just a few days, my body was indeed healthy and I was very grateful for the service. Coincidentally, the newly made signboard was delivered, so I decided to open the business on a very auspicious day tomorrow. The Buddha horse god of wealth is ready. Su Xian came in and reported that the empress asked him to organize 2 banquets and sent someone to Lu Jialane. We chatted for a long time to express our friendship with the same shop. We held 4 more tables and prepared invitations for the neighbors. And the head of Jiaotou Square, each weighed 2 taels of silver and gave them to each other. Su Xian took orders one by one and followed them. The store was decorated with lanterns and had been busy for a while, and everything was ready. I also saw that the neighbors sent congratulatory gifts, but all the bis were not accepted. Just invite them to drink. Here, Xianguan opened a shop and was very happy, but over there, Wang Yongchang was very regretful. He knew that he had made a mistake and could not regret it. On the day of Su Xian's opening, 2 banquets of wine and food were served in the morning. This was also his wish, so although Yongchang was hiding a treacherous plot. But it's hard not to go and congratulate him. Moreover, I want to see if this empress is a human or a monster. I don't think she can escape my sight. Then he ordered Shi to have a silver ingot weighed in the accounting room and seal it with a Xinglong Dai. There is no need to pay the bill, and I don't think he will accept it. Also called Axi. Come with me to congratulate you, you will get some money. Go get it sorted quickly. Not long after Shi left, he turned around and saw the officer changing clothes outside. He held the worship box in his hand and followed him all the way into the city. When he arrived at Zhuanzhu Lane, he looked carefully and saw the signboard of Baoha Hall. It was indeed impressive. The storefront with double doors facing the sun is decorated with splendor. The signboards are hung densely, and they are nothing more than hualu wan powder, guelu xianjiao, and decoction pieces and medicinal materials, arranged on the left and right. In the middle is the Baoha Hall, which says that Hangzhou is divided here. The master and servant came closer. Then I saw a thin mat covered with blue cloth on the counter, and a row of screens behind it. All other furnishings are complete. I secretly admired it. And it is a newly opened store now, with lights and decorations, and it is very lively. He immediately stepped up the steps and raised his hand. When Su Xian saw it, he hurriedly went out to pick him up and shouted, "Uncle," he greeted me in the middle hall. He said, "Uncle, please come up and wait for my nephew to pay his respects and thank you for your kindness." Yongchang said, "What did my nephew say?" "I came here to congratulate you today, and I was given a grand banquet, which I dare not accept." Su Xian said, "Rough food and simple meals are not enough to repay great virtue. Ask your uncle to take a seat." Yongchang sat down. Su Xian accompanied the Prime Minister. The waiter gave him some tea, and the waiter saw that he was in good spirits and must have recovered from his illness. He asked a few questions, and the waiter said, "Thanks to Xianggong Su, I was cured." Yongchang said, "This is also your blessing. Once you reach the blessed land, your illness will be cured." The waiter put away his cup and left. Yang Chengfang said again, "Today I came to pay my respects to my nephew, and secondly I wanted to meet Empress Lingzheng. You go in and ask him to come out." Su Xiandao, "This is as it should be." Wait until his nephew calls him out to see him. He immediately got up and went inside, saying, Wang Yongchang is coming outside. He came to give gifts and congratulations, and he must meet the Empress. I wonder if you are willing to see him? After hearing this, the Empress calculated the yin and yang in her sleeves. She knew that he was secretly jealous and wanted to peek into my hiding place. But you are an ordinary person with naked eyes. Even if you are reincarnated, you won't be able to see it. If I can't avoid meeting you, I will be. He was talking and laughing behind his back. After making up his mind, he said, You go out to accompany me first, wait for me to tidy up your clothes, and then come out to meet me. You can order someone to go to the restaurant, add another seat, and let him drink a few more drinks. Su Xian said yes, and went out. The Empress changed her clothes, asked Shao Qing to take the big red felt sheet, walked to the screen door, knelt down and said, Empress, come out. At this time, Su Xian had already ordered the waiter to buy a banquet of wine and place it in the study, then returned to the hall to wait with him. Hearing that the lady came out of the hall, he stood up and said, My niece-in-law has come out to meet me. Yongchang's nose was filled with fragrant wind. He took a closer look and saw that the lady was surrounded by green pearls, dazzling, and the golden lotus was narrow and stepped out of the screen door. Shao Qing was in front, so she spread the felt sheets on the floor. The Empress stood up and said, Uncle, please let me see my nephew and wife. Yongchang quickly gave way, but Su Xian pulled him to sit in the middle. The Empress bowed down solemnly, which made Yongchang anxious and repeatedly said, Please get up, please get up. The ceremony is over and everyone is seated. The waiter gave me another cup of fragrant tea. Only Yongchang was very sad, and he couldn't pay for the meeting, so he was punished for nothing. He thought to himself, In my recruitment bag, there are 2 small ingots pressed into the bag. The weight is only 10 taels, so I threaded the red and green threads. I can't bear to use it myself, so I have no choice but to give it up now. He stretched out his hand and took it out, handed it to Su Xian and said, These 2 small ingots are nothing. I will buy some pollen for the Empress as a gift. I don't dare to resign. It's disrespectful and I feel sorry for you. Since it's your honor, I just accept it. Su Xian accepted the thanks. Next to him, Shao Qing also came over to kowtow. Yongchang knew that he had no money to develop, so he had to ask Su Xian to do it on his behalf, and he later got a good deal on his account. This section clearly shows that Wang Yongchang has a stingy temperament and cannot escape the Philistine spirit, but it does not mean that he is not a good person. Therefore, the Empress said a few words to him, nothing more than gratitude for her kindness, stated the reason for opening the store, and asked him to take care of him. Yongchang was obviously humble. The Empress said, I will invite my uncle to have a casual dinner. The banquet will be placed in the study. The officials must toast a few more glasses. In the evening, I will invite my aunt to the house. Yongchang said, I should have come early, but I can't get away because I have too much housework. I'll wait until the autumn cools and come to visit. The empress said no more, and then left and went in. Yongchang thought to himself, this empress is elegant in speech, gentle in body, and has no evil spirit at all. From what I see, I'm afraid that there is a mistake in the foreign letter from a senior official in Hangzhou. Thinking like this, Su Xian invited his uncle to the study room. The banquet had been set. He pushed him to sit in the middle and turned his head to accompany him. He held a pot and toasted, while the waiter was busy serving dishes. I'm afraid that there is a mistake in the foreign letter from a senior official in Hangzhou. Thinking like this, Su Xian invited his uncle to the study room. The banquet had been set. He pushed him to sit in the middle and turned his head to accompany him. He held a pot and toasted, while the waiter was busy serving dishes. He was on duty next to him. Drink to your heart's content. When the glass of wine is dry, I can't help praising the empress for her virtue. Outside, the wedding official and the waiter were having wine in the side room. They had more than 20 drinks in a row and were already very drunk. The waiter has to take care of him, which is extremely busy and harder than others. When I was young, I had a banquet with wine inside and outside. The waiter took the worship box from the accounting room, came to see his brother, and said, "The clerk is about to get up. Let's eat quickly." The official said, "My belly is full, and I can't eat any more." The waiter said then he handed the worship box to him and said, "The silver jade is returned. I have paid you 240 coins. You can take it. Come in quickly and wait." At that time, Su Xian and Yongchang were also drunk after eating. Yongchang said, according to the foreign letters from the officials in Hangzhou, he is a monster. How can I know that this is a lie? Today I met her in person, and the truth is that she is a virtuous lady. I'm glad you have such a wife and a house, so why worry about the family business not being prosperous? After that, he stood up and left. Su Xian couldn't hold him back, so he sent her from the study to the hall. Just as Shiguan was about to come in to wait on him, Yongchang asked him to follow him and walked outside. In the shop, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li both called the waiter outside and said, "We were busy with shop duties, so we didn't come in to accompany you." Extremely offended, Yongchang said, "You're welcome. See you some other time." Then he took Shiguan out of the store. Su Xian followed him to the door and said goodbye. Seeing that the master and the servant were drunk, their steps were slanted and they headed that way. The drunkards were drunk along the way. The master and servant got carried away and returned to the business. No need to elaborate. Besides, Su Xian shrank inside and took care of everything. After sending off the Buddha, the horse, and the god of wealth, and placing 100 suns in front of the door to ascend to heaven, it was already getting late. He also invited his neighbors to have a drink, cheering and drinking until the wine was over and everyone left. It was already the second watch. Check out the accounts behind closed doors and calculate the money. On the first day of business today, there were 12 or 3 taels of silver and 7,000 or several hundred copper coins stored in the cabinet. After everything was done, I came to the room to pay the account. The Empress was happy to see her, and she expected that the business would be prosperous in the future. The couple had a heart-to-heart talk and went to bed to sleep peacefully. On the second day, Su Xian got up early and went to the store, and the business was even busier. In the first half of the day, 20 to 30,000 coins were sold, but in the second half of the day, things were not going well. Many customers came to return or exchange the goods. When they asked them why, they opened the medicine package and found that it was all rotten and bitten by moths. They also said that eating it would not work. It made me seriously ill, so I had to return it and buy it elsewhere. Su Xian took a closer look at the medicine and found that it was indeed moldy and infested with insects, so he had to return the money. 9 times out of 10, I secretly complained in my heart, knowing clearly that it was Yongchang's plot, and the two gangs concealed their feelings and wanted me to wrest my life. Unexpectedly, he became angry and asked Zhang and Li Erwo said, "Second master is indeed a great talent, and his reputation is well deserved. Waiter, why don't you close the shop? What else do you want to do? I'm grateful that I won't be with you for a long time." After saying that, he got up and went inside. The two heard the shopkeeper's words and walked in, expecting their business to be in jeopardy. Zhang Hua said, "He said he would stay with me less." It means goodbye and is another name for closing business. Do you think so? Li Hua said, "Originally, I also said that the sexual medicinal materials sent by the members should be told to Brother Han. It's all your fault, you have to hide it for other members, and now it's like this, and I'm going to get out of here too. It's better to close the store. Go upstairs and prepare your bed." Zhang Hua said, "Even if we say goodbye tonight, we still have to eat dinner. Besides, it's not really a break from business. We need to wait for him to come out again before we can make a decision. What are you anxious about now?" At the moment, the two groups were in a state of panic. You must know that Su Xian went inside to see his wife's room. Whether the Empress has a way to revitalize the store business will be discussed next time. Chapter 13, Dispersing the Plague. Let's say that Su Xian came in to see the Empress. His face was full of sorrow, and he only said, "This store can't be opened." The Empress asked, "Why do you say such unfavorable words?" Su Xian said, "I am so kind to you. When the book is released, I hope I will be able to fight for it." Unexpectedly, Wang Yongchang secretly sent this unnatural medicinal material, causing his wife to lose money. Well, it's also the hard life I was born with. When I said this, I couldn't help but shed tears on my cheeks. But the Empress was not in a hurry, and instead comforted me by saying, "It's okay. Even if the prince has bad intentions, you should always be kind to others and don't hurt him. As the saying goes, apart from Lingshan, there is no other temple. In the future, medicinal materials can be purchased from other vendors." Su Xianfa said angrily, "Can't we just throw away these 200 to 300 kilograms of sex medicine?" The queen said, "A wife has her own reasons. I think of studying Dharma in Lishan since I was a child, and I still remember it in my heart. My mother once said that the sexual medicinal materials are priceless treasures and the best remedy for abdominal pain. After Su Xian heard this, he was doubtful and silent. The Empress said again, "Wives usually calculate yin and yang, but they must know that God is angry with Subang because the people here are doing evil, killing many creatures and despising grains, and a plague will soon come. You go and prepare a lot of this medicine now, decoct it and take it, and the disease will be eliminated. Once all the bad medicine to discipline you is sold out, your financial resources will flourish. And the immortal name can be spread all over the world. Isn't it a double gain of fame and fortune?" Su Xian smiled unconsciously and said, "According to your words, it is a blessing out of misfortune. But I don't know what to do." The Empress told him, "Quickly go outside, ask the two gangs to work hard, and get rid of the sexual medicinal materials as soon as possible." They turned it out together. Cut the long ones into short ones, mix them in one place and mix them evenly. There is no need to make a prescription to match them. Just weigh 3 coins accurately and wrap them in paper. On the wrapper, it says, 1 cup of Tianquan water and 2 slices of old ginger. The more bags the better, business will be even busier tomorrow. I just regret that there are still few people in the store. Then I asked the waiter to help. You can write down the tactics and order people to post a few of them at the entrance of the bridge so that others will know. Su Xian asked, how to write on the recruitment. The Empress replied, "This trick doesn't have many words. It says, in the Baoha Hall in Zhuanzhu Lane, we dispense medicine for abdominal pain. 3 points per serving." It's true that if you drink it in decoction, it will work like a charm immediately. Another thing I said is that my business will be busier the day after tomorrow, so Shao Qing and I will also come to help. But tonight when the two of us got deeper, our energy was exhausted and we should prepare a meal of porridge. It's dawn. Breakfast should be rotated. You might as well prepare some cakes to avoid hunger. Su Xian took orders one by one. When he came outside, he always felt a little unbelievable, just because he was afraid that he would not get such benefits. But I was only a buddy, so I couldn't disobey his orders. So I first asked the waiter to arrange various matters. Things. Then walk into the store. At this time, the two groups were anxious, hoping to have dinner and pack their bed to go back. Suddenly Su Xian walked out and called out, "Second master, don't sleep tonight." Zhang Hua said, "Brother Han, it's hard to ask us to turn around all night. Even if we don't use it, we will still have to disturb dinner tonight. There will always be a delay for one night, and when tomorrow comes, I will let you do whatever you want." Li Hua also said, "We must save our face." Su Xiandao, where do these words come from? That stopped your business? Li Hua said, "Because Brother Han said not to sleep tonight, he clearly wanted us to go back overnight. So that's what I said." Su Xiandao, second master, made a mistake. I told you not to sleep, just to worry about things, and for no other reason. Zhang Hua said, "Hey, if we are asked to do something, we should serve you and obey your orders." Su Xian followed the lady's instructions and asked them to remove all the poisonous medicine. Cut them into short pieces and mix them evenly. Each package will cost 3 coins and write on the package. The more the better, it will be useful until dawn. So don't sleep. The two groups agreed together, but they didn't know what he meant. All we have to do is ask the waiter to dig out the bad medicine, wait until after dinner, and rush to do it without going into details. Shan said that Su Xian had written dozens of tricks and ordered his waiters to post them everywhere inside and outside the city, at bridgeheads and alleys. Then when he returned to his room, his wife told him, "Go to bed early tonight so that you can do business tomorrow." So after dinner, when the drums started to rise even more, the Empress undressed and took off his belt, and put her husband to bed first. I did some sewing under the lamp and waited for him to fall asleep. Who knew that Su Xian was not sleeping well, so he stuck his head out of the tent and insisted that his wife sleep with him. However, the Empress said something sternly, so she had no choice but to turn over and fall asleep. After a while, I breathed loudly and fell asleep. The Empress stood up. He gently took the key and opened the box, taking out the 4-inch-long gourd. Holding the lamp in one hand, he quietly walked out of the bedroom and called Xiaoqing in a low voice. Xiaoqing asked what was going on, and the Empress said, "I want to ask you to help me with something tonight." Because the host came into the room during the day, she was very sad and unhappy. He said that Wang Yongchang of Nanhao had a bad conscience and sent those smuggled sexual medicinal materials to return or exchange them. I was left with nothing to do, so I had to make up lies, saying that disasters were coming from heaven, and that those unnatural medicines could cure the plague. So I ask you to ride on the clouds and take the things in this gourd with you. Scattered in all directions. If you see a melon, fruit, vegetable garden, or a well, spring, or water tank, you can spread them out. But don't sprinkle it on the Guantang River in the distance. There is a fear that some passing merchants may be infected with the disease. Although they won't lose their lives if they eat it, they will inevitably suffer for a few days. Xiaoqing asked, "Is there nothing wrong with my own well?" The queen said, "Even if it falls into a well vat by mistake, it can be cured by using only Guantang Liangxiang, agarwood and other medicines. Because I made an oath before the arrival of the Golden Mother, I would not dare to harm living creatures and vegetation. So you must be careful and spread your supplies evenly to prevent the disease from being too severe and causing harm to people's lives." I should have soared into the air myself. I am afraid that your master will call me when he wakes up, so I have to trust you tonight. Xiaoqing responded to the order and immediately turned into a gust of breeze, went out through the window, and rode on the cloud light. When the Empress saw that he had gone, she went back to the room to sleep peacefully. Xiaoqing only said that Xiaoqing got up in the air, first looked around, and then take the gourd in your hand and remove its head. But I don't know what medicine is sold in the gourd. I don't want to worry about him, just obey him. I thought in my heart, my body was like a bird flying through the clouds and mist. I saw a black line coming out of the gourd, spreading out with the wind, everywhere, east, west, north and south. For more than 10 miles around, the plague has spread throughout the county. Even if people's doors are closed, black air can fly in. Fortunately, no life was hurt, and God can still forgive me. According to this, Bai's actions were out of necessity. At this time, Shaoqing had dispersed the plague, returned to the room, and handed back the gourd. It was almost the 4th watch and I went to prepare porridge again. No need to elaborate. Now we want to explain the medicinal smell in the gourd. What exactly is it? It turns out that the Empress gourd is not filled with medicine. The Holy Mother of the Golden Pond gave him a cup of fine wine, and when he ate it, he suddenly felt pain in his stomach. Lying in the mountains and forests, it spits out a lot of black water, which is poisonous gas accumulated over thousands of years. The Empress was afraid of harming the living beings, so she filled the gourd and brought it with her. Now, because I want to relieve my husband's worries, I have no choice but to lend him a hand. It's so good that it can be spread everywhere, and it won't hurt your life if it's contaminated, and you'll be fully healed in 4 or 5 days. After the watch, it was said that when Su Xian woke up, it was already the 5th watch and he hurriedly got up to do things. When I walked out, I saw Zhang and Li working in a hurry, cutting up, weighing, and wrapping the medicinal materials. There were tens of thousands of bags in total. In every store there is a drawer inside a cabinet. All are filled. Then he asked the waiter to open the shop and wait for the business to be busy. Not long after, the sky was about to get bright and the casino was closed. 2 people walked out, both of them sighing and complaining, "My gambling luck is not working out. I suffered a big defeat, I lost all my money on the bed, and I can't see my wife when I go home. What should I do?" He reached into his pocket. There was only a dozen change left. The 2 of them lamented the pain all the way, feeling hungry in their bellies. Seeing that Lu San's daddy's glutinous rice dumpling shop had opened, he walked in and sat down, each eating 3 glutinous rice balls. Who knows that if you don't eat, you can still eat it, but after eating it, you will feel pain in your stomach. At first I thought I had caught a cold wind at night. Later, the pain became worse and worse, and I felt something was wrong, saying that the glutinous rice balls must have been poisoned. Third father thought they were frauds and wanted to wrong me, so he ate a small bowl of soup himself. Just as he was about to scold them, his stomach felt cramped. In an instant, the 3 of them fell to the ground in pain and rolled around, screaming in pain. It stirred up passers-by and came to inquire about the reason. It was really strange. It was expected that the water was poisonous, but it was unknown. While everyone was discussing, one of them said, "Have you ever seen the trick posted at the entrance of the alley? There is a special medicine for abdominal pain at the Baoha Hall in Zhuangzhou Alley. 3 points per serving. Go and buy 3 servings, just eat them." After hearing this, the third father who ran the shop, regardless of whether the medicine worked or not, hurriedly sent Asi to buy 3 doses. In a pot, he added 6 slices of ginger and boiled it in tianquan water. After the 3 of them took it, they all recovered immediately. When everyone saw it, they were all amazed. It is said that Baohetang's medicine is really an elixir. Spread it wherever you meet, spread it everywhere. There are so many stomachaches inside and outside the city. Regardless of men and women, young and old, most of them were crying about pain in their stomachs in the streets and alleys. Suddenly I heard a rumor that someone wanted to buy an elixir for pain relief. Unless you have Baohetang's elixir, I guarantee you'll be fine once you take it. If one person spreads the word to 10 or 10 people spreads it to 100, then the whole city will naturally know about it. So Zhuangzhou Alley is very lively at the moment. People buying medicine in front of Baohe Hall are so crowded that they can't get through. Some buy 3 or 5 packs, and some buy 10 or dozens of packs. So there were 4 people in the middle of the store, and they left the store together, and they were able to distribute it all at once. And I'm afraid that the railing outside is squeezed and blocked with wooden blocks. Are there many people who want to buy medicine? It made the porridge and rice in the store unpalatable. Thanks to my mother-in-law, I prepared some cakes to satisfy my hunger. How can we explain so much in such a grand occasion today? It's just a matter of choosing what to say. Now we are talking about Wang Yongcheng of Nanhao. He wanted to plot and plot, but instead he suffered disaster. The entire family is suffering from abdominal pain. Complaining endlessly. People passing by on the street were heard saying that they wanted to buy some elixir to relieve pain, so they quickly went to Baohe Hall to buy the medicine. Yongchang had no idea, so he immediately sent someone to buy a dose and took it apart. He took a closer look and found that there were only a few fungi in it, which was normal. He matched it as usual. After taking the decoction, some of the effects were lost and the pain was still unbearable. I reluctantly bought 1 dose, but only 1, and secretly exclaimed, I didn't expect that this kind of sex drug would make me rich as soon as I entered Su Xian's shop. I still mixed the good medicine into a decoction and took it, but it didn't work. Alas! The pain was too much to bear, so I had no choice but to buy it again. He turned around and called Shiguan over and said, Go to the accounting room and withdraw $1,000, and go to Xianggong Su's store to buy 50 clothes. Come quickly, come quickly. It's good that there are many people in the industry, so I'm sorry that everyone will feel pain. Shiguan was ordered to take the money and go into the city. When I walked to the gate of Baohe Hall, it was quite crowded. It took half a day before he could crowd into the cabinet and hurriedly called Su Xianggong, 1,000 copper coins, buy 50 clothes. I need to bring it to you tomorrow. Su Xianda said, You are a Shiguan, do you think it's painful for a foreigner's family too? Shiguan, he said, we all fell down in pain. Su Xian said, in that case. Outside the Yuan dynasty, he didn't want a penny, but he took 50 clothes. You pay a lot of thanks to the minister for me and say that I will come to thank you personally in the future, so you can go. Shiguan thanked him repeatedly. He was secretly happy and came back all the way. He put the 1,000 coins into his pocket and only took 50 pills and sent them to the study. Yongchang took a look. It's still the same as before. It's really hard to explain and comment on. But the immediate relief was urgent, so I ordered him to take 5 servings and 1 decoction, and give them to everyone to eat. As expected, it came true like a god. So strange, what does it mean? After guessing for a long time, he thought he had woken up and said, "It's probably a sex drug. It can cure stomachache. This is easy to do." So he asked people to bring out 2 loads of medicine, pile it in an empty room, pour 2 large buckets of water on it, wait for it to become moldy, and synthesize the medicine for abdominal pain. He also bought 3 cents for each dose. But after 6 or 7 days, no one had abdominal pain. Buy medicine. On the contrary, it resulted in a huge loss of money. This is a topic for another time. He still said that Baoha Hall was busy with business today until after the 3rd watch, and had to close the door. You want to know how much money you made in total after 5 consecutive days of business, and whether anything else happened? Let's look at the breakdown next time. Chapter 14, Gift Talisman. Let's talk about Su Xian's excitement when he saw that there was a market for these sex medicines. On the first day in front of Baoha Hall, there was no rest until the 3rd watch. Apart from packing up the silver coins, I had no time to count the loose money, so I put them into fork bags and put them in an empty warehouse for the time being. At this time, the 2 groups also had to have a full meal. Look at the medicine packs saved. If there are not enough for the market tomorrow, we will take out the bad medicines. The waiter will cut them, the second pack will be packed, and the immortal official will write them. Even the Empress and Shaoqing are also helping out. I was so busy that I knocked on the 4th watch and packed a lot more. Everyone took a short nap and couldn't wait for the sky to get bright. There was a lot of noise outside, and the door was opened again. The 2 men got up and called the waiter to open the store door. Su Xian also came out and ordered the price to be increased today, 4 cents per serving. Everyone said that as long as they eat well, it doesn't matter even 4 taels. Some have 5 or 10 servings, some have 30 or 50 servings. Business has doubled from yesterday. For 5 consecutive days, the price increased from 3 cents to 6 cents. On the 6th day, the stomachache subsided and the business was settled. It turns out that people's bodies are strong and weak, the poisons are shallow and deep, and the attacks come sooner or later. After 5 days, the attacks will stop. So after 6 days. When I had a little free time, I poured out the loose money accumulated in the warehouse from many fork bags and kept it for several days. He also weighed the silver and calculated the total, and found that the total sold was 6,000 and several hundred taels, with none left. Su Xian happily entered the room and handed it over to his empress. From then on, the name Baoha Hall became famous in Gusu. People call him Su Banxian. Moreover, after making this fortune, I have sufficient capital and can even see ginseng. In the store, Zhang and Li worked hard for days, and each was rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The waiter was also rewarded with another 2,000 coins, and more salary workers would be added in the future. Everyone was satisfied, and the couple reconciled. He only hopes to build a family and have a son and a daughter, and fulfills his mother's wish to come down from the mountain to repay her kindness. Who knows that good things come with more troubles, and evil obstacles come again to entangle you. That day, Su Xian was sitting in the shop doing business, and saw a large number of tourists on the street. It was very lively, and he didn't know why. The second group said, "Today is April 14th, Lu Zu's birthday. The custom in Suzhou here is called squeezing the gods, also known as rolling the gods, which corresponds to the 9 streams and 3 religions, and the small stalls and Suzhou people who sell goods mostly make a living in the temple, which is lively for several days." After hearing this, Su Xian thought to himself, Lu Zu is the originator of medicinal materials. I kept the secret from my wife and prepared incense and candles. First, I would burn incense with devotion, and second, would visit the blessed land of gods. Why not? Then he asked the waiter to buy some incense and candles, wrap them in a handkerchief, hold them in his hands, and stood up to leave. Zhang Hua said, "Brother Han, do you really want to burn incense?" Su Xian nodded. Li Hua also said, "We have eaten medicinal rice, and Lu Zu must respect it. If you ask for blessings and you will get blessings, if you ask for children and you will get children, you should burn incense." Zhang Hua suddenly remembered something and said again, "Brother Han, please walk slowly. I have 2 ginsengs now, please take them with you." Because Brother Han left the door, we couldn't leave. Su Xiandao. Wikifang is on the way, so you might as well take it with me. I immediately took the ginseng and walked out of the shop into the neighborhood. I was about to take it from Wu Qifang, but then I thought, no, I went to burn incense sincerely. If I don't have to do other things first, I might as well come back and send it to you. Yes. So keep moving forward. After crossing Gao Bridge, we went around to Shetong and approached the Shenxian Temple. We saw huge crowds of people, rubbing shoulders and shoulders. After finally squeezing my way to the mountain gate, there are 3 words, Fuji Temple, written on it, which is really majestic. As soon as I entered the mountain gate, there were stalls on both sides. There were stalls selling the 9 schools and 3 religions, medicine, fortune-telling, and astrology. Those who do small business also use the names of gods. For example, those who sell flowers are called fairy flowers, those who sell magic goods, such as tigers and fairy skins, those who sell animals, even tortoises, are also called gods. And so on, they are all kinds of gods, even those who tell stories, perform tricks. Selling paintings, looking at Western scenes, everything is like a fairy. Su Xian was extremely sincere and walked through the crowd and onto the platform without looking around. The treasure cauldron is filled with smoke and fragrance. Stepping slowly into the long window, half are tourists playing, and half are praying devoutly. Looking up, I saw the statue of Patriarch Lu Chunyang, sitting high in the center, with Lu Xian standing next to him. He hurriedly presented the incense and candles and worshipped with all his heart. Unexpectedly, there were already many people kneeling on the altar, and there was no space left. I saw a man kneeling in the middle, kowtowing and saying, "I sincerely wish my disciples a prosperous business and abundant financial resources." Topsy-turvy, always these words. Others urged him to get up, saying that he had kowtowed 86 times, but he always refused to give in. Su Xian was also impatient with waiting. He came over and called out, "My dear brother, please give me some space." The man turned around and said, "Who do you think you are?" It turned out to be Su Xian, whom I recognized, and I asked him to pay my respects. Su Xian repeatedly said, offended, and even knelt down on the prayer list, silently blessing, "Disciple Su Xian, please bless my ancestor to bless my career and the store to be prosperous. My husband and wife will have eyebrows, peace all year round, and I will have a son soon." After bowing, he stood up and exited the hall. Seeing those brothel prostitutes walking together caused a group of young prostitutes to watch them coming and going. However, the immortal officials seemed to have never seen them and did not visit anywhere. Just as I walked off the platform, I looked up and saw a platform set up in the southeast corner with a Taoist priest sitting on it. He was born with thick eyebrows and protruding eyes, a wide mouth and a big nose, high cheekbones and a wide forehead, with windy ears, blonde hair and a red beard. He wore a ruby golden crown on his head, a sky-blue Bagua Taoist robe inlaid with gold, and brown shoes and white socks on his feet. There is a table with paper, ink, pen and inkstone, a 7-star flag, and a sword and token. There is a worship box containing scattered objects. There are also a few jade seals stolen from the master, which are the treasures of the mountain, so they are showing off their magical powers like this. He recited loudly, with a voice as loud as thunder, and said to the many people watching in the audience, "Zhang Ying, a poor Taoist, became a monk in Maoshan and followed master's decree. Go back to the rooftop to offer incense. Passing by your land, I was short of money, so I used this blessed land to sell wind, cloud, thunder and rain talismans, talismans to ward off evil spirits and control the house, and talismans to drive away epidemics and cure diseases. Each item was only sold for 3 cents of silver. Buy if you want it, don't miss it in person." After saying a few words about the world, it turns out that there is a group of people who do good things. Take out the silver and test it on the spot. Some people by thunder, some by rain, and some by wind and cloud. The Taoist priest ordered everyone to stretch out their hands, draw a talisman on their palms, and shout, "Tai Shang Lao Jun is as urgent as your order." After drawing one by one, everyone clenched their fists and went to the empty space to try out. It's strange to say that. It really works. The one who buys thunder lets out a thunderbolt. The one who buys rain drops a heavy rain. The one who buys wind blows a strong wind. The one who buys clouds flies up to a dark cloud. Therefore, more and more people gathered in front of the stage. At this time, Su Xian came to watch the excitement. The Taoist priest raised his eyes and exclaimed, "Strange. I saw a layman walking over there, and there were 2 demonic lights coming from the top. There must be demons lingering in the house." Then he stood in front of the stage, pointed and said, "This layman, please come over and talk." Su Xian heard the call, so he asked everyone to make way, approached the stage, and asked, "Why is the Taoist calling me?" The Taoist priest invited him to the stage, asked his name, and then said, "I saw 2 demonic lights, one green and one white, coming from your head. Do you know that demons are causing trouble in your house?" Su Xian replied, "Yes. This matter." The Taoist priest said again, "How can you tell the difference between monsters and monsters?" "But there is always something suspicious, but you can't check it yourself." Su Xian was awakened by him and thought of the stolen goods, so he said, "Although there is a reason, it doesn't matter." The Taoist priest said, "You can see that you are confused and do not understand. As long as the evil fate is full, your life will be difficult to save." This sentence. Su Xian became frightened. He hurriedly asked, "Is there a way to rescue him?" The Taoist priest said, "I have a magic talisman to control the town, and the guards will subdue the demons immediately. But this talisman is not trivial. I need to exchange 20 taels of silver to get it." Su Xiandao, "The number of silver, but it's not much. I just didn't take any ginseng with me when I went out today. I pledged his rights to redeem the money tomorrow. Do you know if I can redeem it?" The Taoist priest agreed and asked him to seal it in the box himself. Then he took the pen in his hand, chanted the incantation in his mouth, and drew 3 talismans. He ordered, "One should be posted where the demons come and go, the other is a talisman. Hidden in his bun, this one is burned in the water and sprayed on the demon to teach him to reveal his true form." Su Xian hurriedly said, "If you reveal your true form, you will definitely come to harm me. What will happen?" The Taoist said, "It doesn't matter. With the amulet, you have the protection of the gods, so what are you afraid of?" Su Xianfang said goodbye and stepped down. "Go back with the 3 talismans hidden. I'll wait." First, the Empress accidentally asked Shao Qing, "Just now you sent tea out, can your husband be in the shop?" Shao Qing said, "I heard that my husband went to the temple to burn incense because of Lu Zu's birthday today." The Empress was moved in her heart. "I thought to myself, it is common to burn incense. Just a few stops and you can get home. Let me do some yin and yang calculations to see if there is any emotion inside." At first he was fine, burning incense and praying, and still had some conscience. But later on, he kept shouting, "It's not good, we are in danger." Shao Qing asked why, and the Empress said, "When he comes back." Meet Mao Shan Taoist priest. Seeing a demonic light coming from his head, he used words to incite my husband, and actually pledged 2 ginsengs to ask for the magic talisman to come back and subjugate you and me. Just run away quickly, I can't leave, I can only resign myself to fate. Shao Qing was furious after hearing this. He was about to go to the temple to kill the thief, but the empress stopped him and said, "If you kill and hurt people in a crowded place, don't you want to hurt the master?" Shao Qing said angrily, "The empress treated him like this, he can't do it. How dare you take care of him with such a vicious hand?" The empress said, "Qinger, don't you know it yet? I was ordered to go down the mountain this time, originally to repay my kindness and to end my worldly fate, not because of lust." Once in front of the Golden Mother, he swore not to harm any living thing. How can we repay kindness with resentment and make enmity instead? Therefore, no matter how ruthless and unjust my husband is, I am willing to die. But you have nothing to do with him, so you should stay away. As soon as the magical talisman arrives in a few seconds, life will be inevitable. Shao Qing said, "Your Majesty has great magic power. Why are you afraid of this Mao Shan Taoist priest?" The empress said, "How can I be afraid of him? Because he carries the treasure that holds the mountain, the jade seal talisman, which is no child's play. Therefore, I feel scared in my heart, fearing that something unexpected will happen for a while." Shao Qing burst into tears and said, "Once you are separated from your empress, how can you feel at ease when you ask me to be your maid?" The empress said, "If you can't bear to leave me, you might as well leave Sioux City 100 miles away. Go to a secluded place in the mountains, and watch from a distance. See the red light descending from the sky. The white light rushes upward, the red and white lights merge. I have been subdued by the gods. As soon as the white light goes out, I will die and you don't have to come back. If the red light dissipates, the white light is still there, and I can still talk to you." As I said this, I smelled a faint fragrance in my nose and heard a faint thunder in my ears. Knowing that the gods were about to descend, she said, "Oh no, Qinger, please leave quickly." Shao Qing felt pain in her heart and kowtowed to her empress to say goodbye. He hurriedly turned into a blue light and walked away through the window. His eyes were full of red light and he couldn't move forward, so he ran away from the slanting thorns. About 100 miles away from Sioux City, it landed at Huiquan Mountain in Wuxi. Wait for the redness to subside and the whiteness to clear up before you can go home. I will speak slowly now. Besides, the empress was frightened. When she saw the light coming in from the window, she knew it was the god descending from the sky. I might as well express my sincere feelings. I'm sure the gods will be reasonable. After making up her mind, she quickly brought a half table and placed it in front of the window. Burn incense, bow your head and kneel down. Tongqing congratulated. Although Suzhen was transformed into a snake, she obeyed the Golden Mother's loving instructions and was ordered to repay her kindness. To fulfill her long-cherished wish, she was not greedy and lustful. She did not dare to harm any living beings. She only wanted to return to the mountain once the grudges were cleared. I hope the gods will take pity on me and show my sincerity. When I gave my blessing, my eyes were filled with red light. The gods have descended. Who is your god? It is Zhao Tianjun of Black Tiger Mysterious Altar. After listening to what the Empress told me, it was very reasonable, so why would I bear to hurt his life? Besides, he had another ending, which had nothing to do with me. So when Zhao Tianjun returned to Tianke, the red light gradually dissipated and the white light rose. Seeing that the disaster was over, the Empress thanked the gods, got up and moved the incense table away. Only after he comes back and tries the method can his doubts be dispelled. So he leaned against the dressing table, pretending to be asleep, and waited for him to come. At this time, Su Xian walked into the store, his heart beating wildly. Ignoring the calls from the two gangs, he ran to the kitchen. Not seeing Shaoqing, he turned around and quietly went upstairs and into the room. I saw the Empress leaning on the dressing table and lying down with her chin in her hands, which was exactly what I wanted. We need to know how Su Xian starts and whether the monster appears. Let's wait and see what happens next. Chapter 15, Fighting Dash. But it was said that the Empress was lying on the dressing table, which was Su Xian's opportunity. He quickly went to the kitchen, took half a cup of purified water, took out 3 talismans, stuffed one in his hair, burned one in the cup of purified water, took the third upstairs and stuck it on the door. Trembling, he held the cup of purified water. I wanted to do it, but I couldn't bear it, and I was afraid that he would harm others and blame me, which made me want to stop, so I said to myself, "Madam, don't blame me." I sucked the talisman water into my mouth and sprayed it on Madam's face. The Empress moved slightly and shook her head. Su Xian just shook his head. His true form appeared and he hurriedly exited the room. Unexpectedly, the Empress remained calm and was still sleeping soundly. Although she looked like that on the outside, she was very sad on the inside, as if thousands of arrows were gathering in her heart, rushing to burst out her cultivation spirit. She gritted her teeth and endured. Su Xian took another sip and shouted, "Change!" The Empress became more and more miserable. Thanks to his profound Taoism, he burst through. If it had been Shaoqing, he would have fallen down and revealed his original shape. Su Xian was surprised. It was clear that this Taoist was lying, and he had been fooled. Most of my doubts have gone away. At this time, the Empress knew that the third mouthful of talisman water would be difficult to dispense. It's better to wake up earlier. Then he stretched, opened his eyes, stood up softly, looked at himself, and asked, "Which one made my clothes wet? Promise, it's me, back down and leave. I want to put down this talisman water cup." Unexpectedly, it was empty, and the talisman water and the cup were knocked to the ground. The Empress took out her handkerchief, wiped the wetness from her clothes, and said, "It turns out to be an official. Why are you so flustered?" Su Xiandao said, "It's nothing, I'm just making fun of you." The Empress said, "Then there is such a reason for teasing." "There must be a reason, let me calculate the yin and yang and see what happens." Su Xianji wanted to be naughty, but couldn't stop it, and felt even more embarrassed. The Empress pretended to count with her fingers. When she was counting, she jumped on her feet and said angrily, "You did a good job today. I have always said that you are a passionate person, and I treat you sincerely to help you start a family and build a career. I never thought that you would do this cruel thing today and threaten your wife's life. I hate you so much. Su Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "If there is no such thing, don't worry about it." The queen said, "Do you still want to hide it from me? What do I usually tell you? Don't talk to the monks." But you didn't listen at all and went to burn incense without telling me. That's fine. You shouldn't have listened to the thieves' slander, saying that there was a monster in your home that was harming people, so you pledged two people's ginseng in exchange for the talisman. Subdue my wife and maidservant. Okay, come here and take a closer look to see what kind of monster this wife is. Su Xian apologized repeatedly and said, "Madam, please don't get so angry. It is always my fault for misunderstanding the slander, and I will never dare to do anything wrong again." The queen said, "Even if I am a monster or an elf, I should remember my past and be a little forgiving. Why are you so careless and have the heart to kill me?" Su Xian was so ashamed that he knelt down. The empress felt regretful and quickly raised her up with her hands, saying, "Forget it now, if it happens again in the future. You and I will never stop fighting." At this time, Su Xian was like an imperial pardon. He moved a big stone from his chest and said, "I don't dare to do it anymore." Suddenly I saw Shaoqing bringing tea into the room. It turned out that he was taking refuge in Wuxi. I saw in the distance that the red light had dissipated and the white light gradually appeared as before. I knew that the empress was safe and sound. Then he rode on the clouds and returned home. After listening to what they were saying, they started to take the tea. Seeing that the empress's clothes were wet, she immediately asked, "What's the reason for this situation?" The empress told her from beginning to end. Shaoqing deliberately showed off, walked closer and said, "My husband, I understand the situation accurately. The empress is a monster and the maid is a demon. Come and take it away. Come down quickly." Su Xiandao, "Ah, you came to talk to me too. Hurry and send the water upstairs so that you can wipe down and change clothes with your empress." The empress said, "Although this matter is nothing, tomorrow morning I will order the waiter to prepare incense and candles and call for a small sedan to serve." Su Xiandao, "What's the use of not knowing?" The empress said, "Firstly, the wife wants to burn incense, and secondly, she wants to meet the Maoshan bandits and ask for the ginseng back." Su Xian shook his head repeatedly and said, "You can't move this one. There was a sea of people there, and it was hard to squeeze in. There was also a group of rogue gangsters who were having fun there." The man went to burn incense. It's a lot of effort, let alone those of the female stream. I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss, so I advise you not to go. The empress thought to herself, "If I go out, who dares to mess with me?" But he said, "Don't you want this ginseng to be returned?" Su Xiandao, "The ginseng will be returned to me tomorrow." These little things. It would be unethical for a lady to ask for it in person. The empress suddenly sneered and said, are you going to do something small today? I didn't mean to blame you, laugh at you, or bring up this old thing again. If you are a half-disciple in the Wang family, how much money can you make in 1 year? Now I open my own pharmacy, which also contains ginseng. How decent is it to regard 2 ounces of ginseng as trivial? Even though the business in the store is very good, is there anything that I can arrange in secret? Su Xiandao, it's true that I can't get enough of it. Fortunately, the lady will not be upset if she slips up for a moment. The Empress said, I will definitely go to ask for the ginseng tomorrow and ask this Mao Shan bandit about it. Why are you deceiving the public with your monstrous words and bullying me? Su Xian heard that the Empress insisted on going, so she had to withdraw and told the waiter to arrange everything. There was nothing else to say that day. When it came time to come to court, the waiter had arranged the incense candles and the sedan chair had been called. After the Empress got up to freshen up, Shaoqing was there. A waiter stood beside him and said, Does the Empress want Shaoqing to go with her? The Empress said, Your merits are shallow, and you are also hot-tempered. I'm afraid you might cause trouble, so don't go with me. After a while, Su Xian went upstairs and said, The incense and candle sedans have been prepared. Do you want Shaoqing to follow? The Empress said, He has to work at home. No need to follow. Su Xiandao, in that case, you can ask the waiter to follow. The Empress also said, No need, just ask the bearers to carry the incense and candles. Su Xian heard this and went to tell the bearer to wait outside. After a while, the Empress dressed up and went out to get on the sedan. Su Xian hurriedly came over to help her. He put the felt sheet into the sedan chair and asked the bearer to hold it steady and give him more money for drinks when he came back. The bearer agreed and carried him out of the store. As soon as I turned the corner at the alley, I saw pedestrians crowded together and sedans and horses rushing around, most of them going to burn incense. Go from the main street to Shetong and pass through Yangjiuanzi Lane. It was even more lively, and the sedan chairs could no longer move forward. Some people tried to pass by, causing the sedan chairs to break and the passengers to fall out. Seeing this situation, the Empress had no choice but to do some tricks. She asked the bearer to lift it up carefully, but she pointed forward with one finger. Many people in front of the sedan suddenly became confused. You hit me, I pushed you, and they couldn't help but separate away. The sedan chair the Empress was sitting on just passed by without any hindrance. He carried her all the way into the mountain gate and passed through the crowd, attracting people on both sides to praise her beauty. The Empress had no intention of watching the scenery. After arriving at the platform, we got out of the sedan chair and walked up Danchi. The bearer followed behind, holding an incense basket and a felt sheet. The Empress ran into the long window and looked up. Sure enough, the statue was dignified and palace-like. It was really a blessed place for gods. The bearer recognized this old incense worker as his uncle. He handed over the incense and incense money to him and said, Today I am bringing the wife of the Su family from Zhuanzhou Lane to burn incense. The old incense worker was particularly flattering and wanted to invite the queen to worship the Buddha, but there were so many people burning incense that they could not kneel down. After waiting for a long time, luckily the bearer came up with a plan. He took the felt sheet. When he walked out of the long window, he shouted, "The government is here," folded the felt sheet, put it on his head, and drank something along the way. Everyone only thought that the official government was here to pay homage, and everyone quickly stood up and got out of the way. The bearer of the sedan chair took advantage of the situation and spread the felt sheet and said, "Your Majesty, please come and pay your respects." Then the queen bowed deeply. Tell your heart silently. Many of these words are similar to the previous blessing to Zhao Tianjun, but they mean that he wants to meet the Taoist priests of Maoshan and hope that the gods will bless him secretly. After finishing his prayers, he ordered the bearers to follow him and go to meet the Taoist priest from Maoshan Mountain to ask for the return of the 2 ginsengs. The bearer said, Maoshan Taoist priest betrayed Fengyun Leiyu in the east corner, where it is very lively. The empress nodded and walked over. She saw the tall man sitting on a high platform with a circle of people below, so she approached the stage and said, "Everyone, please give way." Everyone recognized this beautiful lady. Come and buy Fengyun Leiyu and let him walk in. The Taoist saw the white snake coming in and shouted, "Snake beast! Q is close." The empress said, "You are such a thief, how dare you curse others? He confuses the public with evil words and deceives ginseng. Return it to me quickly and everything will be over. If you don't return it, you will be sent to the official for punishment." The Taoist was so angry that he shouted, "You evil monster, you are so rampant, you can still be fooled. Look at my magic weapon, you will die in front of your eyes." After saying that, "If you want to take the sword is not easy to hold. I want to take the token, but I can't pick it up. I want to turn it into a talisman and recite a spell, but I can't move it. What do you think is the reason?" It turned out that the empress used Xian Gong to send 5 ghosts to the stage and pinched the Taoist priest's hands. Therefore, although there is a magic weapon, it cannot be used. She was also afraid that if he revealed the matter, it would affect the couple's face, so she recited a few forbidden words to make him unable to speak. This made it difficult for the Maoshan Taoist priest to cast a spell or draw a talisman. He was like Master Zhang, who was possessed by a ghost. Who knows the reason behind it, but the author explains it in one sentence. This episode is called Fighting FA, which actually refers to the person who sings the lyrics. What is said about the battle in the song? The Taoist priest picked up the gourd and released many white cranes, flying in the air. The empress tore the cotton shawls into pieces, turned them into longevity stars, and blew them into the clouds. Many old longevity stars were seen, riding on the cranes and scattered away. Again. Pick up the token sword, raise the sky, and show off your power. They were all broken by the empress. He also hung Maoshan Road high, whipped him again and again, then put it down and left with a hatred. Although this kind of statement sounds lively and pleasant, it is unreasonable. Do you think that the Shenxian temple is in a densely populated city street, How can it be tolerated? The fight between monsters and monsters. Do each show his or her special powers? Comparing the present to the past, things in the world are the same, so why should the county government not come to take it? I'm afraid Su Xian won't be able to live in Su Di anymore. Therefore, these ridiculous words should be deleted and changed to be true. This section makes it clear. He still said that there were many people watching in the audience. Several people asked, "Excuse me, my queen, but this Taoist priest owed you ginseng on credit. Do you want to ask for it from him?" The queen said, "It's not a credit, it was actually abduction." Everyone said, "This is unreasonable. I don't know how it happened. Where are those who were abducted by him?" The empress made some words and said, "My husband owns Baohetang Pharmacy in Zhuanzhu Lane. Yesterday I came to the temple to burn incense and met this Mao Shan Road. He threatened me and said there was a monster in my house. My husband was fooled by him and took two people into custody to exchange for magic talismans. Then he went home and made a lot of noise, as if he was crazy. The servants and maidservants were so frightened that they almost sought death. So I came here specifically to ask for ginseng and ask him about the crime of deceiving people with his lies." These words are very reasonable, and everyone is angry after hearing this. They all say that this traitor cheated ginseng and harmed people's lives. Let's drag him down and send him to the officials for investigation. There was an old man inside who interceded and said, instead of sending him to the official for investigation, spending more time on the yamen, and having to confront him in court, it would be better to punish him by kowtowing twice, return the ginseng, and not allow him to talk here again to confuse the public. Let him go. Come on. When the empress heard this, it was exactly what she wanted. He then said, "I accept your mercy." Just made him. Everyone said to the Taoist priest, "Thanks to your magnanimity, please kowtow a few times quickly and take out the ginseng. It will be cheaper for you." Although the Taoist priest murmured, he pulled the table away and knelt on the stage, kowtowing. This was not a sincere apology. In fact, the 5 ghosts are exhausted and kowtow involuntarily. Everyone asked him where the ginseng was, but he kowtowed and didn't answer, expecting to hide it in the worship box. Then he went up to the stage and opened the box and saw that it was indeed inside. He took it out and gave it to the empress for collection. "Please forgive him." The empress said, "Let him wake up like this. Just let him go." The 5 ghosts were ordered to let go. The Taoist priest stood up and said, "That's all." After taking the token, sword and other things, he stepped down from the stage and walked away in the crowd. "I will take revenge later, but I won't show it now." At this moment, the empress thanked everyone and saw that the sedan chair had been carried over. "Just get on the sedan and go home. I don't know what will happen in the future, let's see the breakdown next time." Chapter 16 Duanyang. But when the empress returned home, Su Xian welcomed her in. Knowing that the ginseng had been returned, he rewarded the bearer of the sedan chair heavily and went inside to chat. The empress took out the ginseng and asked, "But was it sealed by the official's own hand?" Su Xiandao, "This is because I was confused for a moment. I don't know how my wife asked him to pay it back." The empress said, "Only if he voluntarily returned it, kowtowed and begged for mercy again and again, I let him go." Su Xian said, "Why did the Taoist meet the lady?" "How about bowing your head like this?" The empress said, "Because I have accurate yin and yang in my sleeves, I know his true face. He is an old fox who has been practicing for 300 years. I wanted to send him to the officials for investigation, but I was afraid that my husband would go to court. I just wanted to get the ginseng, so I just let him go." Su Xiandao. This shows that the lady is kind and admirable. Now that I think about this, I feel extremely regretful. If this happens again in the future, it will be up to the lady to deal with it. The husband and wife talked for a while and reconciled as before. There is no need to say more. I just want to say that the empress must be sincerely considerate of this argument and can spend her time in peace. There is only one thing on your mind, which is on your mind every day. Why do you think so? The days go by very quickly. Once April is over, it's almost the Dragon Boat Festival. If it's noon, it's inevitable that I'll make a fool of myself in front of the building. Although I have a profound knowledge, I am afraid that I will not be able to avoid this catastrophe. Therefore, I was troubled and shed tears. But Shaoqing brought tea into the room and asked, "Why are you so troubled?" The queen said, "Don't you know yet? You and I are both demons in human form. We have spent thousands of years practicing in vain. Once we reach heaven, you still have to make a fool of yourself, but you are not as good as a human woman, so you can celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival because your merits are shallow. It is especially advisable to avoid it as early as possible. Pretend to be sick in front of the master of the house first, and then run away to the mountains when the time comes, and it doesn't matter if your true colors are revealed." Shaoqing said, "What about the mistress?" The empress said, "I am accompanying my husband and it is difficult for me to escape. We have to adapt to circumstances to overcome this difficulty. This is why the empress relies on her deep cultivation skills. It may support bad luck. Who knows that something unexpected will happen?" The husband treated him to some realgar wine, and what happened later? At that moment, the master's maidservant was chatting in the room, and Su Xian was about to come in. The empress asked Shaoqing to bring tea, so Shaoqing pretended to be sick and kept saying "ooh." Su Xian hurriedly asked, "Why is Shaoqing in such a state?" "Sickly looking?" The empress said, "It looked like this when I woke up this morning. I think I got some wind and cold last night." Su Xiandao, "Since you are sick, there is no need to send tea. Go to bed quickly before the wind blows again." Shaoqing agreed to quit. The queen said, "Today is the first day of May. Do you have the accounts in the store?" Su Xiandao. "This store has just opened and there are no accounts yet." The empress told her one by one what to do during the Duan festival. 2 days after tomorrow, prepare gifts, such as golden legs, salt eggs, rice dumplings, yellow croaker, etc., and send them to close friends everywhere, and gusu. In the post, the official must go in person. Come back and go to Lujia Lane. Although Wang Yongchang was in poor physical and mental health, he was the one who promoted him. In addition, the county also had to send 2 taels of silver to serve as a substitute. The neighbors distributed rice dumplings to each other. The repair money of the clerk and the wages of the waiter will all be accounted for, and rewards will be given in addition. You are the head of the household and you have to take care of everything yourself. You go out and open an account first, then go and make preparations. Su Xian said. Shao Qing rewarded him with 5 taels of silver. Is that enough? The empress said, Thank you so much, officer. I will give him a toilet when he recovers. Su Xiandao, my husband and wife, what are you grateful for? I went outside to open an account. After that, he came to the store and opened the account. Order the second team to go out and make preparations, and ask the waiter to send them to various places tomorrow. On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, I got up early in the morning and asked Shao Qing if the cold and fever had subsided. The empress said, The fever is still not gone. When Su Xian wanted to check his pulse in the young man's room, the empress was afraid that he would see a fake illness, so she said seriously, Young man is getting older. What are you thinking about when you go to his room? This sentence made Su Xian feel embarrassed, so he went outside. After stopping for a while, he followed his wife's instructions and went to Ili and Nanhao. It's not that he was henpecked, it was actually I respect my wife in my heart. So it's so obedient. After the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, it is the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Business has been very busy these 2 days. By the time the food is sorted out, it is already dusk. Returning to his room for the night meal, he said, Shao Qing is sick and there is no one to help. My wife has to work hard for everything, and I feel really uneasy. And tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, and we are preparing to hold a ceremony. Wouldn't it make you too busy? The empress said, These little things are nothing. Please take it easy. The 2 talked and laughed for a long time. It was already midnight and they went to bed to sleep peacefully. Only the queen could not sleep well. Tonight, she suddenly had a sudden impulse. She tossed and turned and felt a stick in her chest. Is there no way to escape this evil hour? If it shows up in its true form, that's great. I had no choice but to pretend to be sick, sleep in bed all day tomorrow, and ask him to see the dragon boat. Even if I couldn't survive, he wouldn't see me. I made up my mind, so after sleeping until the 3rd watch, my whole body felt hot, as if on fire. Su Xian was forced to have a dry throat. When he woke up, he hurriedly asked, Why are you so hot? The empress kept saying, Oh, I'm so sad. Su Xian stretched out his hand and touched it, which was almost like charcoal. Surprised, he said, My lady is indeed ill. She must have caught a cold, and her mouth must be dry. Wait for me to get some tea with you. I had already sat up, put on my sweatshirt and silk trousers. I couldn't get overheated, so I felt cooler when I got out of bed. I touched it on the dressing table. Fortunately, there was a pot of cold tea, but I didn't ask the patient to eat it. I had to eat it myself. Take 2 sips, exhale again, rinse a few times and swallow. Then he breathed again, and when it was warm, he fed it into the Empress' mouth. 4 times in a row. Knowing that he was so affectionate, the Empress turned this mouth into a living furnace, but she was afraid that the air conditioning would damage her teeth, so she quickly said no. If it goes his way, he can even drink 2 large vats of cold water. At this time, Su Xian was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for dawn, but his mother told him to go to bed. He had no choice but to stay up until the window turned white, then got dressed and got up. The Empress's fever had not subsided, so she asked, "Do you want to see a doctor today?" The Empress said, "I'm just a wife who is exposed to the cold, so don't take it to heart. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, so I feel unfavorable to seek medical treatment, but I expect that I will be fully recovered tomorrow. But I can't help you prepare dishes, so I have to arrange a table in the tavern to worship your ancestors." After a while, he brought it to invite the 2 groups to drink, and asked them to close the shop early and go see the dragon boat. "It's the waiter." After the meal, I also rewarded him with an additional 100 coins and asked him to go out and play. A wife is not lucky enough to drink with her husband. If you feel lonely, why not go and watch the dragon boat? Su Xiandao, there is no one at home, but you ask that person to close the door? Besides, my wife is sick. I am not in the mood to watch the dragon boat either. The Empress refused to send him away, and she felt worried. Because she couldn't keep her true form from showing up, she had to send them away. Even if she really couldn't break out, no one would see her. She had to say, "I'm afraid of trouble today, so forgive me for not being able to accompany them. It's better to go out. As long as the door is locked, it's fine." Su Xian didn't know what was going on inside, so he replied, "Young master, please stop and explain. I'll go downstairs and bring up the tea." After that, he went downstairs, opened the door of the warehouse, asked the waiter to cook the tea soup, and took it upstairs himself. "Wash yourself up." When he came to the store just now, he met the 2 gangs and said, "My wife is sick now, so I can't help but treat my husband badly. If I close the shop early, my husband might as well go out to watch the dragon boats and have fun." The 2 gangs heard that it was a day off. For a long time, I was naturally happy. He also ordered the waiter to withdraw $2,000. "Hurry and prepare for the ceremony. Go to the tavern to prepare a meal." The waiter thought that it was a festival, so he said, "Every pub is closed on the festival day to collect debts." Su Xian was dumbfounded after listening, and hurriedly asked the waiter, "What's going on?" The waiter said, "There is no other way. My husband took out 2 ounces of money and asked me to take care of it. Don't boast, I have been cooking in the tavern for 3 years, I guarantee you will cook it well." Su Xian had no choice but to obey him and gave him 2 ounces of money and the other 200 coins to buy incense, candles and silver ingots. The waiter received the money and went out in a short time. Bought it back, everything is complete. 1,200 coins were spent, and the rest fell into his pocket. I hurried to the kitchen and cooked and fried the chicken, fish, eggs and other things I bought. Thanks to his one-man show, he was actually a famous worker. In a short time, everything was done and he came out to report to the master. Su Xian asked him if there were 2 seats, and the waiter agreed, yes, I don't know where to put it, and how many pairs of cups and chopsticks are needed. Su Xian assigned them one by one. In the hall, there are 3 generations of ancestors, and there are 6 pairs of cups and chopsticks. In the side room, I only need 2 payments for my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The waiter was ordered to go in and bring out a long plate. The 2 places were neatly arranged, and the host was asked to come over and take a look. It was quite written. There were 5 bowls of southern legs, braised yellow croaker, mixed shredded chicken, salted duck eggs, and 3 shredded soups. There is also a pot of rice dumplings named Wugidian. After Su Xian looked at it, the waiter asked, "Is it good or bad?" Su Xian nodded and said, "It's your fault." After lighting the incense candles, he asked the waiter to go away slowly. "I'll be here soon after I go upstairs." He hurriedly climbed up the stairs and entered the room. The Empress asked him what he was doing when he came up. Su Xiandao, today the Dragon Boat Festival is offering sacrifices to our ancestors, have all been laid out, 1 table in the hall and 1 in the side room. They were offering sacrifices to the father-in-law and mother-in-law, but they were wronged. The Empress said, "That's exactly what it is." "Thank you so much, sir." Although I expressed my thanks, I thought to myself, my husband is so affectionate, but he is just my father and mother. I don't know about